Доброго ранку, шановні учасники і учасниці. Дякуємо всім, хто зібрався сьогодні офлайн. Допомагати вам зорієнтуватися, повертатися з перерви і готуватися до того, що варто вже починати брати участь у
Нічого. У вас є?
Ми раді вітати вас на форумі забезпечення безпеки, який проводиться з нагоди 8-го глобального тижня безпеки дорожнього руху, що відзначається під егідою ООН. Організатором цього заходу є Центр демократії і верховенства права, і форум має на меті
The organizer is the Center for Democracy and Rule of Law, and the objective is to return traffic safety to the political agenda against the backdrop of full-scale war. People continue dying in Ukraine. We need to resolve this problem, regardless of how difficult is it to live for the country during the war. With this forum, we would like to make road safety the priority of government policy, as we aspire to unite political will, expert knowledge, and the power of civil society. Unlimited power of civil society. Among the participants are members of Parliament of Ukraine, heads of Central Executive Branch agencies, leader of civic and expert organizations, international organizations, representatives of local government. Today we work live and online. In our forum we have two panel discussions with the aforementioned representatives. Also, we plan to make a small break. And of course, after lunch, we also have planned the discussion of civil society organizations, the signatories of the manifest for the safe roads. 1 year ago, this event took place, and in the afternoon, the participants will have the opportunity to exchange their experiences and to discuss what steps have been taken and what can be done next. The languages of the event are Ukrainian and English. We provide for simultaneous interpretation in the room. For those online, please check if you can see the button for interpretation. Please use it if necessary. We are in the shelter. In case of air alert, we shall not move or interrupt or cancel the event. We just stay where we are. Also, I would like to note that as we all have been living under the conditions of danger from the part of the enemy, for safety reason, we request you not to share the pictures of this event before it is finished. As for the pictures, I will discuss it. Mr. Sashko Gulichi is working with us, and he will catch your smiles and your emotions, and you see the pictures uploaded on the file on your badge. Therefore, you have the additional incentive not to share the pictures till the end of the forum. We also request that you stay with us online and ask your questions. Our moderators will follow and give to the moderators in the room. Saying this, I have completed my technical introduction as a moderator, yet there is another important thing. Every event starts with our gratitude to the defense forces who keep the skies and the earth while we are working, and make sure that the changes in this country become irreversible. So I suggest that with a minute of silence we commemorate the defenders who have died who have been killed in action.
Щиро дякую. Що ж, з цим дозвольте почати відкриття цього форуму.
Saying this, let me open the forum, and we shall open it with a video statement of our distinguished counterpart. You will hear the video statement from Becca Beckinger, Bloomberg philanthropist from Bloomberg
Hello, ladies
Philanthropies.
and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. My name is Becky Bavinger from Bloomberg Philanthropies in New York, and I manage our initiative for global road safety. I'm very sorry that I'm unable to be with you in person for this event, but I'm glad to be with you in spirit. Today, we are celebrating the UN Week for Road Safety, and it's so exciting to see our colleagues and our partners in Kyiv, Ukraine celebrate this momentous week. We are so inspired by the work that Kyiv and Ukraine have continued to promote on road safety in the midst of war and uncertainty. Your dedication to saving lives through your road safety efforts is so admirable and inspires many across our initiative. We have been partnering with many organizations in Ukraine since 2022, including CEDEM, the Center for Democracy and Rule of Law, and Life Advocacy Center, as well as our international partners, the Global Health Advocacy Incubator and the Global Road Safety Partnership, to promote policies that we know will save lives from road traffic injuries. One of these is to enforce stricter penalties for traffic violators, especially for dangerous speeding. And we're really excited to hear that there has been progress in Parliament to advance a proposed bill on this. We are also very encouraged that there's a new legislation to promote helmet standards to line up with UN recommended helmet standards. Both of these kinds of legislations will save lives in your country. Again, congratulations to all of you for the work that you've done so far, and we look forward to hearing of your continued progress on road safety in Ukraine. Have a wonderful event and a wonderful road safety week. Thank you.
Щиро дякуємо пані Бекі за
Thank you very much indeed for this inspiring speech. The next star for the opening of the forum is the key speech of Olesa Holopik, Director of the Center of Democracy and Rule of Law. I invite to the stage for this speech. Good morning, dear participants of the forum. Мене звати Олеся Холопік. I'm director of the Center of Democracy and Rule of Law. This is an analytical advocacy center which has been working in the public sector for more than 20 years. And for more than 8 years ago, together with partners, Vision Zero, U-Cycle, we have initiated the campaign for safety roads. The objective is to reduce mortality and injuries on the motorways. We have been working on it for several years. This was the beginning of my professional way in the field of road safety. At that time, the topic of road safety for quite many people was looked marginal and not interesting, a technical one. Nobody spoke on the high level of it. Yet then I knew that deaths on the motorways could be prevented. They could be prevented, they can be prevented. I understood that there is something which can unite the state, the society, the activists and the drivers. That's the willingness to save lives on the roads. And yet, this activity became very special to me. 2 years and 9 months ago, when I had my son Maxim born. This is the most important project of my life, and this gave me even greater motivation to work more in the field of road safety, in order to make roads safer for him as well as for all children in Ukraine. Today we came together not for the sake of any formality or report. We came together because children die on the roads, and we, the adults, must admit that in our hands there are all the instruments to stop it. And today Ukraine, together with the world, with the rest of the world, I will show the future. Today, Ukraine, along with the world, marks the week of safety of road traffic. In 2 weeks, we shall mark the Day of Protection of Children. Those two events have a common purpose. This is right to life and the right to safety. Yet behind the slogans, we also have a terrible reality. People keep dying every day on the roads, and those are big losses, the same as losses from the war. Last year, on the roads of Ukraine, 180 children died. More than 5,000 children were injured. Actually, every day 14 children receive injuries on the road. Those are not just numbers, not just statistics. Those are the lost potentials, broken families, and also pain of the parents, which will never go away.
На жаль, смертність на дорогах
Mortality, children's mortality has increased 44% since the beginning of full-scale war. So the number of children has declined. It means that the risk of danger for the children is growing, has been growing, and the outcomes from the road accidents are comparable to the outcomes from the missile attacks. Regretfully, they remain beyond the attention of the national security and the policy of national security. Therefore, our job, our task is to return this topic back into political agenda. It's important also to discuss the main reasons, the main causes of such mortality on the roads, and the most lethal one is excessive speeding. In Ukraine, till now, there is a norm which makes it possible to exceed the speed limit by +20. And that tolerance of +20 with no responsibility, no fine. And that tolerance has been existing for dozens of years. Actually, if it is allowed 50 in the city, the driver may drive up to 70 and has no liability. If the speeding is 25, 30, 40, then the fine is still small, 340. When it is pictured with a video camera, it's 170 hryvnia. Therefore, our organization and civic organizations concerned citizens call the politicians to reduce that unfined limit from +20 to +10. We also call to implement the progressive responsibility for speeding. The higher is the speed, the higher is excessive speed, the higher must be the responsibility. And we call to build the infrastructure which in principle will prevent people from speeding on the roads. Yet we need to admit another thing, that danger on the road is not for the majority, it's for the minority. That's the aggressive, bold minority. Those are 20%, which by Pareto law create 80% of traffic accidents. Those cross red lights, never allow pedestrians, also take over mothers with baby carts, and this is my personal pain when I cross on the pedestrian crossing. They gamble with the speed. The draft legislation 1272 has been registered in Parliament, according to which, for the gross repeated violation for the third time per year, deprival of driver license for 1 year. This draft legislation will be reviewed by the Standing Committee for Law Enforcement, and we also expect a fast review in the first reading and voting by the MPs. At the same time, this is the fault of both the one who presses the acceleration pedal and also the one who fails to update the rules for years, and the one who is not willing to take decisions. Sometimes they are unpopular, and yet they are right. From the perspective of road traffic and saving lives, those who do not want to accept the numbers and figures which shout about this problem. I'm convinced that today we have an opportunity to move this matter forward, which has been agreed for which has been ignored for quite many years. Therefore, from all our partners, the civic sectors, the
кращі
signatories of
дороги,
the
ми
manifesto for the
звертаємося.
safer
Ми
roads.
звертаємось і до
We
політиків,
call
до
the politicians
парламентарів.
and members of
Приймайте
parliament,
закони,
please take the
які
laws, please approve the
рятують
laws
життя на
that will
дорогах.
save the lives on the
До
roads.
урядовців.
The government people,
Повертайте тему безпеки
please
дорожнього
return the
руху
topic of road
до
safety back to
урядового
the
рівня
government level
обговорення,
of
до
discussion,
ваших
to
стратегічних
your
документів,
strategic documents,
операційних планів, до
operational plans,
імплементації.
as well as
До
implementation of
місцевого
those. The local governments,
модернізуйте простори
please
навколо
modernize
шкіл,
spaces around the schools,
садочків,
kindergartens,
лікарень, пішохідних
hospitals,
переходів, щоб це
pedestrian
були простори
crossings,
безпечні,
to make sure those
безпечні
are
для
safe
важливих
spaces for the
учасників
vulnerable
дорожнього руху.
participants
Ми
of the
звертаємось
traffic.
до міжнародних
We also call the
партнерів
international
продовжити
counterparts
нас підтримувати
please
в
continue
реформуванні
supporting us in the
в сфері
reform,
безпеки
in
дорожнього
the field
руху,
of
в
road
сфері
safety, in the field
транспорту,
of
для того, щоб ця вся
transport,
система була
that the entire
безпечною
system
для
is
всіх.
becomes safe for
І,
everyone.
мабуть, у мене буде
And
особисте
I have a
прохання до
personal
кожного
request to
з
everyone,
вас, з нас, хто є присутній, хто
to
дивиться,
each
хто
of
буде
us who are present and
дивитися цей
those who are
запис.
watching, who will
Будьте
watch the recording,
відповідальними.
please be
Будьте
responsible.
відповідальними за
Please be
тими, хто
responsible
за себе,
for
за тими, хто
yourselves,
поруч.
for those who are next to
Це
you,
буде найкращий
and this will be the
прояв.
best manifestation.
Я дякую. І
I would
дякую
like
вам
to thank,
всім
I
за
thank
вашу
all
увагу.
of
Ми
you for your
сподіваємося
attention.
на
We
підтримку
hope
усіх цих
for the
починаннях.
support of all those
Звісно, моя
initiatives.
особиста
But of course, my
подяка
personal
це
thanks
нашим
is
силам
to
оборони
our
за
defense
щоденний
forces for
захист,
the
за те,
daily
що ви
defense,
робите, і
for what
даєте
they're
нам
doing,
час працювати там, де ми
that
можемо,
you give
працювати
us
на
a possibility
збереження
of
життів на
work,
дорогах.
we believe,
Дуже вам
give us
дякую.
opportunity to
Я
save lives on
бажаю
the
вам
roads.
продуктивної сьогодні
Thank you very much indeed. I
дискусії
wish you a productive
і роботи,
discussion and productive
спрямована
work
на
focused on
збереження життів не лише в тиждень
saving
безпеки
lives,
дорожнього
not just on
руху,
the
а без
week,
перестанку,
but
постійно.
also continuously
Дякую.
on the week of road safety, but also continuously.
Щиро дякуємо Олесі
Thank you very much
за цю
indeed,
промову.
Olesya, for
Насправді,
this speech.
це така
Actually,
суміш дуже
this
складної
is
статистики,
a mix
яка
of difficult
емоційно нас вражає,
statistics,
і
which is emotionally
вже
impresses us,
закладених
and also
потенційних рішень до проблем, з якими ми
potential
працюємо.
solutions to
Що
the
ж,
problems that
час
we are
до
working
роботи.
on. It's time to start
Офіційно
working.
форум
Officially,
вважається
the forum is
відкритим, і
considered
маю честь і
open.
приємність
And
запрошувати
I
спікерів
have the
нашої
honor
першої
to invite
панелі,
the
яка
speakers of
зветься
our first
«Безпека
panel, which is
дорожнього
called
руху
Safety
в
of
стратегічних
Road
політиках
Traffic in
України. Як
Strategic
інтегрувати
Policies
та
of Ukraine, how to
синхронізувати дії
integrate and
держави».
synchronize the
Нашими
activities of the
спікерами
state.
сьогодні
The
є
speakers
пан
are
Володимир
Mr.
Крейденко,
Volodymyr
народний депутат
Krydenko,
України,
Member of
заступник
Parliament of
голови
Ukraine, Deputy Chairman.
Там, де вам зручно, будь ласка, пане Володимире.
Whenever it's more
Він є
convenient.
заступником
He
голови
is
комітету
Deputy
Верховної
Chairman
Ради
of
з
the
питань
Parliamentary
транспорту та
Committee for
інфраструктури.
Transport
Щиро
and
дякуємо, що ви
Infrastructure. Thank
сьогодні
you
з
very much
нами.
indeed for being with
Наступний
us.
наш спікер,
The
пан
next
Сергій
speaker,
Деркач,
Mr. Sergey
заступник
Derkach,
міністра
Deputy Minister
розвитку
for Development
громад, територій
of
та
Communities,
інфраструктури
Territories
України.
and
Будь ласка, зручне
Infrastructures
для
of
вас місце.
Ukraine.
Дякуємо, що
Please choose a
долучилися
convenient
до нас.
place. Thank you for joining.
Пані Дарина Марчак, перша заступниця міністра
Darina
соціальної
Marchak,
політики
First Deputy
України.
Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine.
Будь ласка, ваше місце там, де вам зручно.
Please
Щиро дякуємо,
take
що
your
в
seat
вашому
whenever it is
графіку
convenient.
ви
Thank you very much
з нами.
indeed that in your
Пан Олексій
schedule
Білошицький,
you
перший
found a place
заступник
for us,
начальника
Mr. Belashitsky,
департаменту
First Deputy Head of the
патрульної
Department
поліції
of the
України.
Patrol Police of
Безмежно
Ukraine.
дякуємо за вашу
Thank you very much for
участь.
joining.
І пані Катерина Лозовенко,
Katerina
координаторка
Lozovenko,
кампанії
coordinator of the
«Безпечні дороги».
campaign for
Будь
safe
ласка,
roads.
ваше місце там, де вам зручно. І, звісно, модерувати цю панель
And
має
to moderate
один
this
з
panel,
візіонерів,
we have invited one of the
компанії
co-founders,
«Забезпечені дороги», пан Тарас
visionaries,
Шевченко,
Mr. Taras
директор з
Shevchenko,
розвитку
Director for
CEDEM.
Development of the
Плідно всім
CD.
попрацювати.
I wish you a fruitful work of the Center for Democracy.
Доброго ранку, всіх вітаю.
Good morning.
Гостей і
I would like to
учасників.
welcome the guests
Звісно,
and
учасників
participants,
нашої
and
першої
of course the
панелі.
participants of our first panel.
Нагадаю ще раз
I
назву
would like to
першої
remind
панелі
you that the
«Безпека
name of the first
дорожнього
panel,
руху в
Road
стратегічних
Safety,
політиках
is
України.
strategic
Як
policies of
інтегрувати
Ukraine, how
та
to integrate and
синхронізувати дії
synchronize
держави.
the activities
У
of the
вступних
state.
словах і наші колеги з Сполучених Штатів Америки, і
Our colleagues from the
директор
US
Центру
and
демократії
director of the
та
Center of
права
Democracy
Олеся Холопік
and
змальовували
Rule of Law, Olesya
проблему,
Holopik, have
описували,
outlined the
і
problem.
думаю, що всі, хто сюди
I have
прийшли,
described it.
загалом є
Everybody who have
однодумцями,
arrived
що
are the
смерті
supporters, are the
на дорогах,
proponents,
яких
and they believe that the
абсолютно
deaths
можна
on the roads
уникнути,
could absolutely be avoided.
мають уникатися.
And they
Для цього
must be
держава
avoided.
має
And for that,
вчиняти
the
певні
state
дії.
must
Звісно,
commit certain
щось
actions.
можуть робити
And of
громадські
course, certain
організації
things can
абсолютно
be done by
самостійно,
civic
але якісь
organizations
кроки
independently.
потребують
And
державних
yet, some
рішень.
steps would require
Ефективність
government
завжди вища,
solutions.
якщо є
Efficiency is much
державні
better if
стратегії,
there are
державні
state strategies
політики
and state
і
policies.
Ми зараз
And
також
currently,
працюємо на
we are
рівні
now
взагалі
working on the
аналізу,
level of
як
the
державна
analysis
політика
of how the
формується, як стратегія
state policy is
формується.
formed, how the
І в
strategy
різних темах,
is
наприклад, дуже
formed. In
різний
different
підхід
topics, there are
до
different
визначення
approaches
проблеми.
towards
І безпека
determination,
дорожнього руху
definition of the
насправді
problem.
тема,
And the
де
road
якраз
safety,
проблему
which is a topic where the
визначити
problem
дуже просто.
is
Тому
easy
що
to
вона в першу
define,
чергу
because
вимірюється
first of all, it is measured
кількості
by the
втрачених
number of
життів,
lost
кількості
lives and the
скалічених
number of
життів. І
damaged
цей
lives,
індикатор,
and this is the
він
indicator
достатньо
which is
об'єктивний і
sufficiently
дуже
objective
вимірюваний.
and well
Я
measurable.
би хотів розпочати
I would like
дискусію
to
з такого
start the
більше
discussion
бліца, і
with a blitz
в форматі
interview in the
одної
format
хвилини,
of 1 minute,
починаючи з Володимира
starting
Крейденка, і
from
в цю
Mr.
сторону
Kraidenko and moving to
запитати
this
вас в
direction,
однохвилинному
asking
форматі,
you
перш
within
ніж
1
пізніше
minute
дати можливість на більш розлогі
whether
відповіді.
before we have an opportunity
Таке
for
питання.
wider
Що,
responses.
на вашу
And the
думку,
question
є
is as follows. To your
найважливішим?
opinion, what is most
Які
important?
кроки, на вашу
Which
думку, є
steps to your mind are most
найважливішими для
important
того, щоб зменшити
that we can
смертність і
reduce
травматизм на дорогах?
mortality and injuries on the roads?
Дякую за запрошення. Дякую
Thank
за
you for this
можливість
invitation.
виступити.
Thank you
Дійсно,
for the opportunity to
чому я
speak.
сьогодні відвідав цей форум
Why
на
did I
запрошення?
visit this forum following your invitation? Because I like the philosophy. The philosophy is that the life is the top value, and we all need to work in order to preserve them. Of course, the legislative work, changes in the law, improvements of the legislation, working with the executive branch, civic organizations, that synergy gives results, and we can see it in such countries as Sweden, Norway, one of the most safe countries where fewer people die on the roads. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Everything was invented before. We need to implement. We need to inform the people and hold the information campaigns to make changes to the legislation. Follow them, and then there will be good results. The lives will be preserved of both children and adults, and also this will be our contribution into Ukraine's future. Thank you. I would like to remind Volodymyr Kraidenko, member of parliament and member of the Committee of the Parliament for Transport and Infrastructure.
Дарина Марчак.
Darina Marchak, you have the floor very briefly.
Буде можливість більш детально розлогу.
We can discuss in more detail afterwards. Thank you for organizing this forum in order to reduce the terrible statistics of the mortality and injuries on the motorways. As we can see, we need to provide for the real and proportional responsibility for the generation of risks that one can expose to or cause the loss of lives of people. And for us, absolutely, surely, we need that the penalty is inevitable. We can have any rules, any safe European rules. If one can avoid the penalty in this or that way, no rules will generate any effect. Darina Marchak, First Deputy Minister for the Social Policy of Ukraine.
Прошу, Сергій Деркач.
And also Mr. Sergei Derkach, thank you for this opportunity. I believe that within 1 minute, afterwards we shall have more. It's not really realistic. It's not realistic to discuss the reasons. There are quite many reasons. Today I will focus. I hope we all can discuss what is happening on the roads and why the traffic accidents happen. We need to review the matter of responsibility, which is also important, and yet we need to start speaking who is driving the vehicles and who participates, the pedestrians, the passengers included. What those drivers are riding, licensed carriers, and also those in private cars, what are the infrastructures, what are the motorways which are used, to what extent they are safe, whether the infrastructure is well prepared towards safety of roads, because all of those three directions are the key ones that one can secure, that we can be secured against injuries on the road, to have safety roads. There is no fast answer. I hope that we can follow each of those points and we shall discuss particular steps, what needs to be done, that we can reduce the injuries on the roads and our roads really become safer. I would like to thank Sergei Derkach, Deputy Minister for Development of Territories of Ukraine. And the mic is given to Oleksiy Biloshytsky. I wish you good health. I can tell you briefly, actually 3 components which must be followed. The first one, the efficient, modern, effective methods of control of the legislation which will correspond to the modern status of road safety, and the main thing is safe and modern road infrastructure. And that's it. Thank you.
Олексій Білошицький,
Alexei Beloshitsky, first deputy head of the Department of the Patrol Police of Ukraine, followed by Katerina Lozovenko. Thank you, colleagues.
Все насправді дуже просто.
Everything is quite simple or almost simple. We speak on the panel agenda today about the legislative initiatives and the legislation as such. It seems to me that in order to improve road safety, it's necessary to be more decisive, to take the willful decision and to start approving laws in the interest of citizens and community to save lives. Today, Olesya, at the beginning of her speech, mentioned the draft legislation, which is now being reviewed of the Committee 121/72 in order to counter the reckless driving, because lack of penalties, this is about reckless behavior, and one can begin from it, decisiveness, and to approve what has been developed and what can start working here and now. Thank you, Katerina. Katerina Lozovenko, coordinator of the campaign for the safe roads. Now we shall continue with wider speeches, and generally our format will include 7 minutes. I will ask a small question, and the sooner you mention it in your discussion and probably have planned your own statements that you would like to make. And we shall follow the same procedure as in the agenda, that you also will predict where your turn is, and we shall follow the agenda which has been declared. 9 years ago, when the campaign was established for the safer roads, we looked first of all into what was defined by the World Health Organization, what are the main factors which lead to mortality and injuries, among which also speeding and also ignoring safety belts, motorcycle helmets. In the public opinion, the focus was made on very strongly on reckless drivers and drunk drivers. So there was public opinion that those reckless drivers must be stopped. And yet, the internationally proven norms and rules have been based on more particular facts. The policy must be based on the evidence base, on the proven facts and factors which need to be responded. Certain things have been possible and others have been not. And as it was mentioned in the introduction, partially the problem has even increased. So with the number of the population declined, the number of injuries and the number of deaths, especially among the children, has only increased. Therefore, most probably we do something wrong. We have the representatives from different ministries and agencies of Ukraine, and I hope that we can have more contentful discussion. We shall also invite the audience to ask their questions about what has to be done, what shall be done next, what we do in the right way, and we need to do more, and what must be changed. First, I invite Mr. Krydenko. You represent the parliament, you are a member of the parliament. How do you feel that the topic of road safety is on the agenda of the parliament, that it is also important for the MPs, because every time one can say that it's not for the first time we have the war, and secondly we have the economics. And here there is a question of life and health, because more people die on the roads. It's not noticed. Please discuss your opinion.
You know, I cannot speak for the whole of the parliament of Ukraine because I haven't been empowered to speak on their behalf, but I can tell you honestly, indeed, the matter of the war, external delivery of help and assistance on behalf of other countries and economy, of course, they are important. But since 2019, I have been a proponent of working in the area of road safety, I have repeatedly taken part in road safety weeks, and I registered a lot of draft laws which are to safeguard the security of people on the roads and different mechanisms to preserve the lives of both children and adults. So when talking today about the things that Olesa has been speaking about, Olesa has a child who's 2.6 years old, my child is 2.9 years old, and I look at my son and I see that he knows the road safety rules, and sometimes he points and says that cars are parked incorrectly in our courtyard, and we cannot handle this at once because definitely we have trouble with parking lots, with underground parking stations. And indeed, people have no places or spaces to park their cars, especially in downtown. Cars quite often obstruct pavements, and this is a big problem that the authorities, both at the local and regional and executive levels, have to deal with by way of creating the infrastructure so that we do not violate traffic rules in the area of parking, thus enabling our citizens, both adults and children, to move peacefully and quietly around the town and enjoy that. Regarding training, we already have a registered bill or a draft law which at my initiative was submitted, and in the first reading it already allows us to implement both at preschool and school education facilities traffic rule sessions, which enables us to teach children how to behave on the road if you are riding a bicycle, for example, if you're a passenger in a car. What color of the traffic lights you ought to cross the road, etc. So this is the mechanism which can allow our children to study these traffic rules on a consistent basis, assimilate these rules, and they then apply them accordingly, because in the current system, education system, I mean, we only touch upon these traffic rules, but for the most part, this is just a very formal training. Children are told that you have to stop at the red signal, at yellow you have to get ready, and at green you can walk. But there are no games for the children to play role plays, for example, for them to feel like true members of traffic. Right now, this first reading has been passed, and I'm waiting for the Profile Committee on Education to consider amendments to this draft law, and then we'll present it for the second reading in order to allow our children to study these traffic rules systematically. This is not going to take any additional funding. We have spoken to our teachers about that. They can easily integrate that in their educational systems, thus enabling the kids to learn more about traffic rules and safety on the roads. We also have multiple initiatives right now raised, and you are definitely right when you speak about the necessity to stiffen the penalty system, because right now it's possible for people to violate, because these penalties are really petty, 170 hryvnias or 340 hryvnias or even 510 hryvnias is not a big threat to people's livelihoods. People keep breaking, violating traffic rules, completely disregarding them, and that takes a proactive position of both on behalf of our profile committee, and we have to do it together with the general public. We need to communicate it to the general public that the main purpose pursued here is not just to have greater revenues for the state budget and punish the violator, but preserving lives instead is at the core of our attention. And if we ensure this irreversibility of punishment, if people understand that they have to pay a lot of money, you know, in the European Union, our citizens violate traffic rules much less, and their traffic penalties are much stiffer. And I suppose only oligarchs can afford violating traffic rules, and immediately their driving licenses will be revoked from them very quickly. So we are talking about implementing different kinds of penalty scores within our system at the level of our line parliamentary group, because the people who keep violating day in and out, when they get some small fines, and the parliamentarians, for example, they do not want to revert to this issue very much, because they're also afraid of losing their driving licenses, because they can be deprived of their driving licenses for violating traffic rules on a constant basis. So If this is not done on a pecuniary basis, then on a basis of consistency, this can also be handled. If people behave in an unreasonable way, they need to be punished. But I suppose that I also need your support. We need your communicating this more to the parliamentaries in Ukraine, because most of the time they behave in a very responsible way when we start to raise such initiatives, because they suppose that this can touch upon them, their relatives, and such reforms are highly sensitive because it can revolve around their own families and friends, etc. So plus 20 kilometers per hour, it's another thing which is necessary for us to regulate. If we want to be full-fledged members of the EU, also have to move along these lines and synchronize our efforts and adapt and approximate our legislation to that of the EU. Here, of course, we can keep the standard of 10 plus kilometers per hour. We can remove this whatsoever, because right now the devices to measure the speed limit right now are so accurate, and it's impossible to say that the marginal error may be about 20 kilometers. Maybe some 30 years ago this was the case, but nowadays the technologies are so accurate that it's possible to live just 2 plus kilometers for the marginal error, especially when there are some weather conditions, and we will always have a whole lot of people who will always be proving that the sun was glaring you in the face. That's why the device was showing you some kind of inaccuracies. When talking about technical condition, we need to revert to the idea of technical examination of vehicles. It's not very popular at all. We need to make this process more transparent and clearer for people to avoid corruption, because countering technical inspection and is always fraught with the idea that people can pay some money, you will be given a particular card, and your car will be driving along the road when it's not compliant with technical requirements. This car will definitely not be allowed in the territory of the EU, but they will continue running on our roads when they have different kinds of misfunctions. And let me take another minute of your time. I see that my time is up already, but let me bring my intervention to a close. We may not introduce technical inspection or examination for new cars of up to 5 years old, because they are serviced at different car service stations, and they're definitely in line with all of the European standards. But with reference to the rest of them, let's put our heads together and think how we can go about doing that without the general public, without opinion leaders and our peers and counterparts. We will not be able to implement anything new. I have a lot more to say. If you promise that you will give me the floor again, I will stop speaking now. I promise it, especially answering the questions from the audience. Thank you, Volodymyr. You have mentioned that oligarchs can afford fines, paying steep fines in Europe. We know that in some countries there are special rules designated for such people, when a fine can comprise up to 10% of their annual income, and such cases are filed in courts, and then it's up to the court to render such verdicts. The more people earn, the more significant these penalties will be. So the size of penalties definitely is an important issue to consider, and for Safety Roads campaign and its time advocated different kinds of penalties, especially when people were not using seat belts. Right now, unfortunately, these are ridiculous fines, especially when we speak about speeding on the roads. 170 hryvnias. This is just a couple of cups of coffee. This is next to nothing, when we know that speed is in fact one of the most decisive and crucial factors contributing to mortality on the road. Even reducing that by 20 kilometers per hour, still fatalities on the road are not going to be very much helped. Now we are moving on to Sergei Derkach. No, I said that we will be moving along the agenda, and I warned you ahead of time. So the next to speak is Sergei Derkach, followed by Darina Marchak. So Deputy Minister of Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine. The core document of strategic importance, which is also initiated by your ministry, the National Transportation Strategy by 2027. So this is a very fresh document which was initiated last year. There are three approaches: energy efficient, safe, people-centric approach, trying to decarbonize emissions, and it says that we will have to significantly reduce the mortality on the roads by as much as 50%, which is compliant with SGEs of UN and the EU objectives posed for that. So I suppose that you will be able to share in the time allocated concerning how you're going to fill the strategy, what with, and what are you going to pursue in order to achieve this indicator. Thank you, Taras. Yes, I will definitely be speaking about the transportation strategy, but let me say the following right from the start. Something that you have already mentioned about the transportation strategy, that is a very fresh document approved in December last year, which testifies to the fact that for our government, road safety is an indelible part of transportation sector. However, let me get back to when we begin to speak about safety on the roads and different causal effects and the key areas that I mentioned. I would like us to take it a bit higher and have this helicopter view of the situation. What is it that affects the situation with the road accidents, injuries inflicted on the roads? What creates? What is an indelible element of that? Of course, this is the vehicle. When two people confront each other or clash on a zebra crossing, this is not the kind of traumas or injuries that we are talking about. Why are we speaking about vehicles? The question is, why do we use vehicles? Please raise your hands if you have come here in your cars. About half of the audience, all right. So the question is, the more vehicles we have, the more road accidents we have. This is the world statistics. This has nothing to do with any specific geography or a country. By and large, reducing the number of vehicles on the roads, having high quality public transport on the road is a very good safeguard to ensure safety on the roads. Because we always want to raise penalties, of course. If we have different questions to raise at the level of the government, I suppose we need to start with high-quality public transportation running on our roads, so that people can immediately pose themselves with the question. It's not only down to drink driving. Sometimes a child may not have been sleeping the whole night. People wake up very tired in the morning, and definitely they should not be driving because they're tired. However, we do have such instances. So reducing road traffic accidents, when we have professional drivers, professional companies driving and running such public transport, it will definitely be a safeguard to security. Right now we are working especially with different carriage companies, which concerns not only our national carriage companies but also international ones. 97%, 91% of all of the people who travel abroad, they travel by road. This is 8 million people, according to statistics last year. 2 million people left Ukraine by railroad. So if people travel by road and then they revert to a railroad, this definitely will decrease the number of road accidents. Let me also answer the question who the drivers are, who run these cars, who drives them. The question is that we have the drivers working for carriage companies. They are supposed to be professionals. These companies are supposed to be well licensed. These are the companies that have been through all of the necessary procedures in line with the draft law recently approved. And I think our parliamentarians are going to have a new terminology, introduce the goodwill of the company, which can also be damaged if the company's drivers misuse different things and damage the reputation of the company. Another point is when I'm a private driver, I have my own vehicle. So the question is, am I supposed to use my vehicle? Am I trained well because it's also an occupation in a way, being a driver, because usually when we are issued with a driving license, we're supposed to understand that I'm a driver, but if I provide and deliver different services, I need to also have different additional expertise concerning, for example, delivering first aid, etc. So how many of our taxi drivers are professionals in this regard? The people that use BlaBlaCar, are they professional drivers? For example, do you use the services of this taxi service? I'm sure that you do. So the question is, these people they pick up passengers. So how are you responsible for that? Do you have special knowledge and skills? Are you basically held liable for that? No, because you are not a carrier, etc. So this is to do with driving skills. I have only 2 minutes left. I can speak on and on about driving and training, but the idea is that starting with this year, all of the international drivers will have to be issued with a special code, and all of the companies will have a manager in line with the new legislation approved who will have to shape a special framework within these carriage companies, and this can lead to once again losing goodwill or damaging the reputation of the companies. Secondly, vehicles. Volodymyr has touched upon that, and I think it's a very apt remark. The transportation vehicles in our country do not go through any special inspections, but in the EU, this is a necessary technical directive. In Moldova, for example, they have it. Moldova has barred the entry for our citizens to go by car to their country. You have to have the special protocols, technical protocols approved by our technical inspections. Unless you have it, you will never be allowed into Romania or Moldova. We have several companies in our country that can issue you with such protocols. And there are corruption issues at stake, and we're trying to tackle that in order to raise the quality, but this is a very important thing anyway. Secondly, when talking about the quality of vehicles, even the vehicles which are produced here in Ukraine, school buses produced in Ukraine, with all due respect for Ukrainian manufacturers, they are not compliant with all of the security standards which are applicable in the EU. So something that we are doing, we are approximating our technical regulation, not maybe 100%, but by a large percentage for them to be compliant with the standards of security and safety, because in our buses and all of the transportation vehicles produced in Ukraine, the standards are much lower. They simply don't have any safe seat belts or different kinds of devices to control the distance from the vehicle to the passenger. So I see my time is up. One more thing to mention. We can keep talking about vehicles, but point 3 to make is the roads that we run on. And here there are 2 points to mention: transportation modeling and transportation models at large, because our roads are misbuilt and dangerously built. So as the ministry now, we are working on increasing the capacity to improve transportation modeling, to build different roundabouts, in road interjections, sets of traffic lights, how they should be placed, etc. And second point is the infrastructure of our roads, how well prepared they are in order to avoid fatalities and injuries on the roads. If we have everything well signposted, if we have the cameras not only to record the speed in order to reduce the abuses as evidenced by the practices in other countries. So this is all down to the infrastructure and control. So we're working on that. And dangerous stretches of the roads. For example, in 2023, we changed the order together with the Ministry of Interior and the police of Ukraine. Now they are providing this information not only to the former Avtodor, the agency responsible for the roads in Ukraine, but also submits this information to the local governments. And if someone on the road has more than 4 accidents, we need to undertake all of the necessary measures. So this mechanism has already is implemented. So this is down to infrastructure. Sorry for having taken more time than allocated. Thank you, Sergei. So I understand that you really take it close to your heart and you are very much into it. Thanks a lot. Sometimes in the countries there are separate agencies that deal solely with safety on roads, and
У нас тематика розподілена між
Our topics have been distributed among quite many, and currently those government agencies and ministries have also been joined by the social ministry because they view this matter from their point of demographics and the impact on the demographics. Darina Marchak, Deputy Minister of Social Policy, is responsible for the demographic strategy and its development, and now its implementation. And in this very document, also there is now a topic of road safety. What plans do you have for the implementation and cross-sectoral cooperation with other government agencies which also are expected to follow certain indicators? Please have the floor. Indeed, it's quite strange that Ministry of Social Policy is participating in the road safety panel. It's not a surprise and we are happy. To me, it's important to ask the questions of road safety in the overall national context. That context is much wider compared to what happens on the roads. We're involved in the demographics. I believe that quite many people have heard of the democracy crisis. The democracy crisis happened, and probably it's not over. We have a lengthy period and quite a lot of work in order to stabilize the situation. What is the manifestation of demographic crisis? We have 32 million citizens who live in the territory under the government control. 32 million compared to 42 million, which we used to think about before the full-scale invasion. 5 million have remained on temporary occupied territories, 5 million by different estimates. Other people who have left for the EU countries or are now in the aggressor country. And 32 million are regretfully not the bottom of it, not the end of it. We have a few options. We can do nothing. By the predictions of demographic institutes, the number of Ukrainians on the controlled territory will reduce to 25 million before 2040. Or we can do quite a lot of active and proactive things, then we shall have a chance at least to stop their reduction as a country, as a population. What road safety has to do with it? Because we have three major trends which badly influence the demographic situation. The first one, a very low birth rate, and that our children live for other countries, also huge external migration, and thirdly, we have quite many early deaths. Just few numbers for the overall context. There was anti-record on the number of children born, 157,000. On the same year in Ukraine, 495,000 people died. The level of mortality 2.8 times exceeded the level of birth in the country. Then, if you look into the number of deaths, the vast majority of those are the deaths which could have been avoided with good health care, high-quality infrastructure, accessibility of medical services, and safe protecting behavior, because 13% of the deaths are the deaths from the external factors. It's an estimate, not from the wartime. It's an estimate of 2020. And nowadays, for the year 2024, we don't have the statistical analysis by the number of deaths. Yet in 2020, before the full-scale invasion, 13% of all Ukrainians have died from the external reasons, including traffic accidents, including suicides, and also industrial injuries. We could have avoided at least 64,000 deaths from the overall statistics.
найбільше помирають внаслідок ДТП чоловіки. 70%
Most of men
загиблих
die
це
from traffic
чоловіки
accidents.
працездатного віку.
80%
Це люди,
of
які можуть
traffic
платити
accident
податки,
victims are
які
men of
сплатять.
the
Це
working
люди,
age.
які
Those
могли би
people could
виховати своїх дітей.
pay taxes, but
І
will
не
never do.
виховали,
They
або
would
не
raise their
народять.
children,
Це
and now they will
величезна
not or will not
травма і
give birth to
втрата
them.
для
This is big
нашої країни. І
loss
я
for our
хочу
country.
ще підвищити
I
трохи
would like to
контекст і
increase this
пояснити,
context,
що питання демографії – це не тільки
explaining
питання
the
того, що
demographics.
стає менше. Це
This is
насправді
not just the
питання
matter that we are fewer.
стійкості держави як такої, тому що
That's a
держава
matter of
існує для
sustainability
своїх
of the
людей.
country because the country exists for the people.
Повертаючись до
Coming back to
демографічної
the
стратегії,
demographic strategy,
подолання передчасної
overcoming
смертності –
the
це
early
одна з важливих
deaths
цілей стратегії.
is one of the important
На жаль,
objectives
поки
of the
що,
strategy.
коли ми
Regretfully,
готували стратегію, у
so
нас
far
було
as we prepared the
небагато,
strategy, we had
вводних щодо саме
very
фактору
few, very
безпеки
little
дорожнього
information
руху.
about the
І в нас
factors of
лише
road
2 кроки
safety.
в плані
Just
заходів,
two
про які
steps
ми
in the
домовилися з
action
Міністерством
plan, as we have
внутрішніх
agreed with the Ministry of
справ
Home Affairs,
в частині
in terms
підвищення
of
контролю,
increase of
власне,
control
за
over
відповідальною
the
поведінкою.
responsible behavior.
Але повністю погоджуюсь з тим, про що сказав щойно Сергій в частині
As Sergei
необхідності
said before
інфраструктури,
about the
надійного
necessity of
сервісу.
infrastructure,
На мій погляд, все ж
to
таки
my
у нас
mind,
є
we have
тривалі великі
lengthy
політики, які абсолютно точно
policies
потрібно
which
реалізовувати.
surely
Але,
must be implemented.
грубо кажучи, є такі
And justly
quick wins.
speaking, there are
І
quick wins as
quick wins –
well.
це принаймні
And the
зробити
quick
так,
wins
щоб
is to
люди,
do at
якщо
least
вони навіть не
that
усвідомлюють
even people
ризиків,
don't
не
realize the
усвідомлюють
risks,
власної
they don't
відповідальності
realize
перед
their own
різними
responsibility before
собою, своїми дітьми,
their
за те,
peers,
як вони себе
themselves
поводять на
and their
дорозі,
children about
то
how they
принаймні мають
behave on the
бути
road. At
ну,
least
певні правила, які
some rules must be
неможливо
established
уникнути,
that
як
could
би
not
то
be
не сказати.
avoided,
У мене є
whatever you
персональний приклад
intend.
на
I have
тему
a
Бариса.
personal
У мене є
example
подружка,
about this course. I have a female
вона
friend
дуже такий активний драйвер.
who is an active
Любить
driver,
водити,
and
має
she
дуже
likes to
хороша
drive. She has a
машина,
very good
багато
vehicle, and
кінських сил під
with a lot of
капотом.
horsepower
І
under the
в
hood.
Україні вона
And in
завжди
Ukraine,
водила, ну,
she
можна
was
так сказати,
driving,
лихо.
I would say,
Вона
recklessly.
переїхала
Then
як
she moved
мігрантка,
as a migrant.
забирала дітей з
She took
війни
away
і
the children from the
переїхала
war,
в
and she
Британію,
moved
живе
to
в
UK, and now
Британії.
she lives in the
І
UK,
вона водить 30
and she drives
кілометрів на
30
годину.
kilometers per hour.
30 кілометрів, тому
30
що в них
kilometers
немає
because
правила плюс
they don't
20,
have the rule plus
а в місті
20,
не можна водити
and in the
більше, ніж
city
30
one cannot
кілометрів.
drive more than
Там
30
є система
kilometers.
балів.
There is a system of
Вона знає,
scores,
вона кілька
and
разів
she
заробила
knows
собі
a few
бали
times she earned a
українською
score
манерою
with a
водіння на
Ukrainian
дорогах.
manner of driving,
Зрозуміло, що
and
вона
she
дуже важко
understood
собі
that
заробляла на права,
it
і
was
вона
hard for her to
втратила
earn
ці
the
права.
license, and
І
she
це
will lose the
стало
license,
величезним, хорошим
and
стимулом.
this
Кажіть,
became a good
ідіть,
example.
правила на курси
She was sent
перевиконання
back for
за,
retraining
порушення,
for the
системне порушення прав.
systemic violations
Вона
of traffic
зрозуміла,
rules,
що
and
вона
she
більше не хоче
understood
з цим
that she
стикатись.
doesn't
Це
want to
справді
face this
велика
once again
робота.
because this is
Я
a
переконана,
great
що
work.
для нас, як для країни, потрібно використовувати абсолютно всі
I believe Ukraine
інструменти
must apply every instrument
впливу на
of
поведінку людей, не
influencing
тільки на
people's
водіїв,
behavior,
але
not
й
just the drivers,
пішоходів,
also pedestrians,
і на
and also
велосипедистів, і на
cyclists,
тих
and
людей, які
also
користуються
people using
електромобілями,
electric
для того,
vehicles,
щоб всіма
that
способами
in every possible way
уникати будь-яких травматичних
they
ситуацій,
avoid the
які
traumatic
призводять до
situations which
ризиків
cause
втрати
the risks
здоров'я,
of losing
тобто
health,
втрати життя. І це
losing
ми кажемо
lives,
тільки про цифри
and we
втрати
just speak
життя,
of the figures
а
of
ще
losing
яка
lives, and
кількість у
also
нас
there is a
дорослих
large
дітей
number of adults and
отримують
children who
каліцтво
receive
внаслідок
who become
ДТП.
disabled as a
Тому
result of
дуже
traffic
дякую за те, що
accident.
ви
Thank
піднімаєте
you very
цю
much indeed
дискусію.
for
І з
raising
свого
this
боку, з
discussion
точки
from
зору
my part,
демографічної
from the
стратегії
perspective
і
of demographic
політики.
strategy and
Ми
policy.
однозначно є союзниками.
We are
Ми
obviously
готові
the
цю тему
allies. We are
піднімати на
ready to
всіх
discuss this
майданчиках.
topic on every
Ми
side.
говоримо в тому числі з
We
народними
also
депутатами.
talk to
Зараз
the
ми
MPs,
готуємо такий,
and now we prepare
топ-10 законів,
top
які
10
можуть
laws
покращити
that
демографічну
will improve
ситуацію.
the demographic
І
situation,
ми готові
and we are ready to
співпрацювати,
cooperate
вносити всі
and
необхідні
make all
ініціативи, в тому
necessary
числі
initiatives
до
also to the
демографічної
demographic
стратегії. І
strategy.
з боку, з
And from
пояснення
our
того,
part,
чому
with the
це
explanation
питання
of why
виживання
this matter
нас як нації,
is of survival of ourselves as a
співпрацювати
nation,
з
to
громадськими
cooperate with
організаціями,
civic
з
organizations, with
депутатами,
members
з
of parliament,
інфраструктурою, з МВС,
Ministry of
для того,
Infrastructure,
щоб
Ministry of
давати
Home
цю
Affairs,
причину
in
передчасної
order to
смертності наших країн.
quote, in order to overcome this reason of early death in our country.
Дякую, Дарина. Дуже раді мати в вашій особі.
I'm happy that you are the ally and you are supporter, And I'm happy personally
можна
that
сказати, долучились
you
до,
have involved
до тих, хто пропагує
you are one of those who promote safe driving and support the road safety and reduction of mortality on the roads. Now we move to Oleksiy Belashitsky, First Deputy Head of the Department of Patrol Police of Ukraine. Oleksiy, I would like to thank you very much for your service, and I would like to ask you, to your mind, to your opinion, what initiatives of the legislation would help in your work in preserving the lives of people on the roads?
Дякую. Ще раз всіх вітаю. І насправді я сказав дуже коротко спочатку.
Thank you for this opportunity. I have discussed it quite briefly. Now I would like to discuss in detail some of the aspects. Yet, as today we spoke in the abstract way, today shall we focus and shall we specify what we have been discussing? And for that, traditionally, I will start with statistics. Is that we have, for the first period, the 4 months of this year, for January, April 2025, we had 6,700 traffic accidents with victims and deaths. It's a big number. This is 4% more compared to the similar period of past year. In those traffic accidents, 8,300 people have been injured of various degrees, which is 2% more compared to a similar period of past year. And regretfully, 815 people have died over this period. And practically, this is the same number, 0.2% more, because over the similar period of the past year, 813 people have died. Those are huge numbers, and those are huge losses, as we have heard before, from the aspects of demographics. And also we understand that every life and also health of our citizens, this is not a matter of statistics or numbers. This is a matter which is not subject to the assessment. Even if from the economic perspective, till now in our country we don't have a definition or the assessment or the estimate of human life. We have been talking of it for quite many years, and yet there is no progress. As for the main reasons of the traffic accidents, it will be interesting for you to hear. From year to year, 40.5% of the total number of traffic accidents with the injuries and victims. This is speeding. Also, this is followed by violating the rules of crossing, driving through unregulated crossings and failure to observe the safe distance, which is 7%. If to divide traffic accidents by types, those are collisions, over 41%, running on the pedestrians, 27%, and running on the obstacles, which is 14%. In order to ease the situation, I would like to say that most of traffic accidents take place on Friday, 16.5%, and most frequently the traffic accidents take place from 17 to 1800, also over 16%. That's about those numbers and statistics that we have at the moment. And I will also start with the control activities that we do these days. In spite of all the circumstances that we have, and the tasks faced by the national police and the patrol police in particular, fulfillment of their combat tasks and also the tasks of defense capacity of the country and also the combat way of our brigades, fighting brigades. We are also focusing a lot, and on the road safety. As you may know, I will start with the system of automatic recording. You may know that in the beginning of 2022, due to the safety and technical reasons, the system of automatic recording was disconnected. It had to be rebuilt and new. Nowadays, we already have 340 cameras which are recording in the automatic mode the traffic rules violation. This is more compared to what we had before the full-scale invasion. And this year, we are also planning new ways of launching the cameras of automatic recording. Along with cameras of automatic recording, there are also, and this is also European experience and the experience of leading countries in the field of road safety. Recording of the violations of traffic rules is a non-automatic mode. If we talk of the speed, those are true cam equipment. Nowadays, relatively the most precise equipment worldwide, and currently we have 160 of such equipment for 330 areas which have been marked with special road signs. The system of automatic recording nowadays actually has made 1.4 million resolutions on holding the perpetrators liable with TrueCam equipment. We have recorded more than 200,000 violations just in 4 months of this year. Of course, this is a matter of control. I will not discuss other types of the violations, including safety belts, of which are dozens of thousands. I would like to thank the campaign. 410 is much better than 51. However, regretfully, I would like to have a discussion with you, yet we are pressed for time. Therefore, I will focus on those activities and answer the question of Taras, of what has to be done. And we have discussed that before. Of course, 20 kilometers per hour, speeding to 20 kilometers per hour for our ordinary driver is not actually the tolerance of the law. Simply they understand they can drive 70, 110 and more where it is not allowed. Therefore, we are unique with this with such a tolerance, and our aggressor country has the same. Also, we work on it, and we require support from the legislator, because we have filed our legislative proposals about recording of the average speed. This is also a European experience which must be applied, because the camera automatic recording is now recording momentary violation, and instead it must be the methods must be combined: automatic, non-automatic recording of also of the average speed, followed by a penalty score, as we discussed before, which we have discussed today. I will not rediscuss this. It's necessary. Together with MPs, we are working together with the campaign for safer roads. We are working on the mixed or transitional period where we have additional responsibility for repeated violations. And this is the first step towards a score, of course, increasing the penalty, implementation of mandatory technical control. And finally, I can tell you the most important thing, maybe our colleagues dislike it, and yet this is important. And this is most important: safe roads and safe infrastructure, and also transition towards European standards, which are prescribed in our state standards and must be applied, must be applicable. And I will also focus on a simple example, the U-turn of death that we have on national roads, national important roads. At least they must disappear from our roads. And this is a matter which simply requires a resolution. We don't need to approve anything or to discuss anything, simply we have to do it. Of course, we all understand that the country is in a difficult situation, yet we need to move to it, because it's possible to lift statistics, to discuss the statistics, and this is the way I discussed the U-turns of death and pedestrian crossings, not provided on the international motorways or national motorways. Those are 27% of hitting the pedestrians, and that's it. Therefore, safety of road traffic starts from safe roads, safety roads, and then we move to everything else. I will be happy that we continue, and I understand that the time is up.
Дуже дякую, Олексію.
Thank you very much indeed, Alexei Belashitsky, first deputy head of the Department of the Patrol Police of Ukraine. Now I would like to give the floor to Katerina Lozovenko, the coordinator of the campaign for safety roads. Katerina, could you please tell us what is on the agenda of the organizations of civil society and what is on the priority? And yet, while Katerina starts speaking, also refer to everyone to think about your questions that you will ask right after the speech of Katerina.
Thank you, Taras, for giving me the floor. Thank you, colleagues. So in my small intervention, I will try to answer about the priorities for the CSOs and NGOs. First of all, let me put it in this way. I will be speaking not only on my own behalf, but I will be the voice articulating the position of lots of other NGOs, other initiatives. So let me start by saying that we NGOs are always unhappy about something. So this is the kind of life that we live. We always want constant improvements. We always want to make sure that our country is truly European, not only on paper, nominally, but indeed. And for that, all of us have to work a lot to make that happen. Now we are especially contented because we are speaking about survival of Ukrainians, especially young Ukrainians. A lot has been said today here about children. We will keep talking about that because children are our future. It's about demographics, about everything that we do, and all that we do is for them. And while our children are dying and people are dying on our roads, we are completely dissatisfied with that. We, as NGO initiatives, we have been writing for years and years different kinds of petitions to raise security in terms of speed, etc. But now changes are not taking place as much as we would like them to take place. This year is already a manifesto's anniversary for safety roads, a very important one. 40 NGOs from all over Ukraine became the signatories of this manifesto. So what has happened a year on? Virtually nothing. First of all, the first item on this manifesto is the point about speed. Prevention, raising fines, and rising liability for that, introducing a particular kind of scale of liability, not only a binary liability. And we have already spoken about speed being the primary cause of people's mortalities on the death, that the majority of casualties take place due to that. So infrastructural changes we have also mentioned, and the point on this manifesto submitted by the auditors of roads security organization is a moratorium for building up such roads with different kinds of commercial companies, making sure that such construction needs to be banned because it violates the functionality, safety of the roads. The functions of the roads, unfortunately, are violated. Today we have also heard that we have a great number of initiatives. Part of them are also contained in the manifesto, by the way, and this is a great pleasure to witness. But anyway, we keep hearing about people being injured or dying on a daily basis. And while this war of bloodshed is taking place at the background, on the roads, people keep dying, as I have said. Today, we are working within this campaign along several streaks of work. First of all, it's the implementation of a broader gradation scale, raising sanctions for speeding. Second is eliminating this plus 20 kilometers per hour, because it's completely all right now to be riding across the city at 80 kilometers per hour. You're not going to be fined, but the difference between 50 and 70 kilometers per hour is a vast chasm between life and death. Our other priority is introducing penalty points in Ukraine. It's been mentioned, and we have already spoken about this draft law, which is aimed at audacious behavior of roadhawks on the roads. So this is the first step to introduce these penalty points, the so-called quasi-penalty points. This should be a fantastic beginning to keep digging deeper into this initiative and then to take it on to full-fledged, adequate penalty points, which have already been alluded to by my peers on this panel. Let me also add a few points, not just as a representative of an NGO, but also as a mom of two. My eldest son is 9 years old. He's in the 3rd grade now. And he came to this event together with me, but he may not have come because 2 weeks ago he was nearly knocked down at a zebra crossing when he was getting to school. A zebra crossing that is crossed by hundreds of children in the morning, in the afternoon, or in the evening. A taxi driver at some point decided that he could save 10 seconds of his time. This was a higher priority for him than the life of my son. So he must have done that because he was feeling unpunished, and it was okay for him to take a shot on this, to risk and endanger the life of this child. But because right now all of these punishments are of no preventive nature. Anybody can afford the size and amounts of the speeding fines. All of these things have to be changed. And all of the draft laws that we have mentioned, initiatives talked about today, the draft law, which is right now at the Profile Committee in the Parliament, are definitely meant to improve the situation and alleviate the situation in order to preserve the lives of the Ukrainians and the children's lives in the first place. So such personal stories are the greatest motivators for us to keep doing the good work that we are doing, because we are struggling, we are fighting for safe roads, and perhaps my generation, the second generation of this fight, because I'm sure, Taras, when you were beginning this, you were the first generation, and we are heirs along these lines. So we will keep working along these lines to make sure that the safety on the roads in Ukraine is guaranteed. This sounds pretty much like a threat, I beg your pardon, but this is what we have. Thank you very much. Thank you, Katerina. Do we have any questions in the audience? Please make sure you use the mic. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Vitaly Selik. I am the chief of urbanism movement in Kiev. It's a great pleasure to see all of our like-minded individuals thinking about making sure that day in and out the roads in Ukraine will become safer, to bring to a close this kind of war in Ukraine too. So first of all, let me explain. I'm using crutches, but I'm preparing for another forum for safety on the pavements and in Ukraine. It's a joke, but the fact that over the last 2 weeks I have been walking on the pavements, keep bumping into wrong infrastructure, having no possibility to cross the roads properly, this once again underscores the fact that our theoretical work to make sure that there are a greater number of zebra crossings on the roads in Ukraine. So this is yet another important signal for us to understand that we are going to have a lot of veterans in Ukraine, and they will benefit by such zebra crossings. We are very much communicating with Mr. Belashvitsky's police. There is a special group which develops different kinds of ideas to make sure that roads in Ukraine should become safer. But our NGO, the Passengers of Kiev, keep analyzing different kinds of points where traffic accidents usually take place. So this helps us to prioritize different road intersections and road junctions which require greater security to be installed. So what's your question? Okay. In Lviv, for example, they keep recording such GPS locations. In Kiev, they just record addresses, and the difference between the GPS coordinates and the address can be up to 500 meters. So the question is, how long does it take the police bodies in Ukraine to introduce this GPS coordinates recording of road traffic accident scenes. Thank you for your question. This question is being discussed within our working group, as you have mentioned. I don't think this will be a big problem or a sticking point, but what you are offering right now is not a systemic solution. The systemic solution will happen when we implement a new system of automatic recording traffic accidents. We're working on it right now. Within our partnership, the Observatory on Road Safety, whose member we are in the Eastern Panel, and at the stage of development right now is the special software in order to record on a systemic basis such traffic accidents, not only in Lviv or in Kiev, but throughout Ukraine. So GPS points or coordinates and a number of other technological points, parameters that have to be recorded when protocols are drawn up on traffic accidents. This is a very proper issue that you are raising. It requires handling. And at the level of Kiev, we'll definitely come up with a temporary solution. But when we introduce CADAS or mini CADAS system, this will be definitely a systemic resolution of this problem. Thank you for your question. Thank you, Alexei. So I thought that Alexei would be speaking for 12 minutes because we could see the 12-minute countdown lighting up on the screen. I also promised some question to Volodymyr Krydenko. So if you have any questions to Volodymyr Krydenko, you're welcome to raise your hands. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alexander Grechka, Passengers of Kiev NGO. Volodymyr, my question goes to you about the repeat road violations and the draft law on that. I know that the Line Committee on Law Enforcement Activities is dealing with that. For your part, as part of your vision, what do NGOs and CSOs have to do in order to help you to make sure that this draft law will be approved at the level of the committees in the first place and then submitted for the Parliament, at least for its first reading? You know, it requires a lot of consistent work. First of all, you need me to convince your colleagues in the Law Enforcement Committee to approve the proper decision. And I require arguments, and these arguments have to be comprehensible, objective. They need to present the full picture of how this is going to impact the positive changes after this draft law is approved. And second point to make, I keep hearing a lot of ideas articulated by our peers and different mechanisms to raise security and safety on the roads. I suppose that these ideas and mechanisms probably have to become a part of the strategy of road safety at the national level, because we used to have such a strategy before 2024. And this would definitely enable us to systematize everything that we are raising here, develop an action plan, activity plan at the national level, and adhere to a particular timeline in terms of implementation, given the relations between the Parliament, executive authority, civil society. This would definitely be a realistic mechanism for us to impact changes. Because now I can see that civil society is doing one thing, the Parliament are trying to advocate some bills, while the executive authorities have a strategy of general kind concerning road traffic. And it's only a small part of ensuring safety for traffic. But there is no a single vision or strategy for us to come up with this action plan for the executive authorities, for the Parliament of Ukraine, and for the general public to engage in information campaigns, outreach campaigns, raising these points in the media, you name it. Maybe some petitions. This could also be one of the mechanisms to introduce the importance of this notion. So I'm sure that if the ministry and Mr. Derkach agree to this action plan to establish such a strategy by way of involving the organization present here and the organizations who are involved in the organization of such interesting fora, then we could definitely systematize all of that and introduce a safety for traffic on the roads of Ukraine strategy and see who is underperforming and under-delivering on the plan that we will create together for it to be approved at the executive level. And then it will be possible for us to do assessments, because right now it's very difficult to go for quality assurance of the Parliament of Ukraine or the Recovery Agency of Ukraine, which is supposed to be responsible for all of that work, or the patrol police, who needs to adhere to the requirements in terms of ensuring safety on the roads. When you have a lot of implementers, it's very difficult to see who is to blame. Are the laws to blame? If we see that the legislation is to blame, then we will have to activate our relations with the MPs and communicate to them via different illustrations the proper information on which the health and livelihoods of our citizens depend. Thank you. So if the executive authorities are ready, I am ready to get engaged, to engage my colleagues and peers from the law enforcement agency committee in the Parliament of Ukraine. Thank you. We have a whole range of other questions. People keep raising their hands. I would like to ask Mr. Sergey. You raised the question about the state strategy about raising safety on the roads. So I would like to get a clarification from you. Our strategy ran out in 2024, and the National Transportation Strategy was enacted in 2025. Was it envisaged that we would have to work on a separate strategy in addition to that one? It's a good question. We analyzed the condition of the implementing the strategy that we used to have in the area of safety, and we saw that it was implemented to a very small percentage. And there are both subjective and objective reasons for that. In a way, there were a lot of other legislative initiatives, especially, and also underfunding, because when we talk about infrastructure, it's all to do with funding. So that strategy was also to do with special funding from the road fund, which unfortunately was eliminated from the budget of Ukraine. So there are lots of points which still persist as relevant. Our proposal submitted last year was to continue along the lines of this strategy because it remains just as relevant for nowadays, given all of the issues that we have still in place. We have reformed the national transportation strategy. So I'm appealing with everyone to get involved. You can revise this safety strategy. It's fully relevant, as I say, for nowadays, but if you are ready to submit any proposals, we'll definitely get them on board. Now I'm looking at the faces of the attendees. We are already in collaboration with you, so it's a wonderful atmosphere that we can come up with different products together. Thank you, Mr. Sergey. We have 5 minutes left and a couple of short questions. Mr. Kupira, you raised your hand, I saw it. I will touch upon something that Katerina mentioned, that in the city, plus 20 kilometers per hour, but in the residential area, it's double this speed. So near the windows of the people, you can drive at 40 kilometers per hour, and until you knock someone down, everything is legal. So, because Mr. Volodymyr from the parliament is here, our public support goes to you in order to initiate the reduction of this or elimination of this threshold. You definitely have all of the support, and we as the general public will definitely be the reliable partner for the government and of the legislature to make sure that our legislation is harmonized with the requirements of safe legislation. And the last point to make is I'd like to thank let me put it this way. There are some very simple steps to undertake, but it takes willpower. And I would like to thank our panelists that you have this willpower to introduce changes in order to preserve the lives of Ukrainians. Thank you for your comment. But I can see some other people are having questions. Good morning, everyone. I'm a representative of the Association of Motorists of Lviv region, NGO, and I'm addressing all of the four speakers who have just been telling about the necessity to get the training of the drivers more systematic. We know that there are educational programs to touch upon children. However, we need to also work more specifically with traffic drivers. Because most of the time it's the people who are in charge of carriage companies that undertake this work. So let me share my experience. Within our NGO, in 23 and 24, we involved the patrol police of Lviv region, state emergency service, the emergency ambulance service of Ukraine. So this was an auto quest programs. So both the drivers and those who were involved in these auto quest programs gain special skills concerning providing first medical aid, resuscitation skills. So we have some patrols in our communities who can also be involved in undertaking and conducting such events to popularize safety measures when we deal with private drivers. This is something I would like to draw your attention to. Thank you. And I suggest that we take the final question from here, because I promised for everyone to go on time. And then Ms. Darina will speak. My name is Konstantin Chervachenko. I'm the chief of NGO Audits on Roads of Ukraine. My question goes to Sergei Derkach. You have spoken about identifying road traffic scenes. Are you monitoring the order in which you are keeping the registry of those places, the concentration of scenes? So we don't have any GPS coordinates, and in Kiev they write to me that there is no such a requirement from the police to fix such coordinates. So the concentration of such traffic accidents, they get on this registry without any kind of orderliness. For example, one of such places that we considered, and it was included on this database, because 29 people died as a result of this traffic accident. 3 years on, it's not a concentration space. I suppose we need to take it off this registry. Are you monitoring the regulation in this regard? Okay, we got your point.
Followed by Darina, followed by Sergey. You will have the answer in a good time. A question to Mr. Beloshitsky. Thank you much indeed. As you start with statistics every time, and you define that the main problem is speeding. Also, patrol police approve seasonal increase of the speed limit in Kiev and Metro from 50 to 80. As it depends directly on patrol police, the proposal is not to increase the speed regime for the warm season of the year, unless we cancel plus 20 tolerance, because if we increase to 20, to 80 plus 20 will be 100, makes 100. We request you kindly not to do it for this season. Also, children, I have a son 14, of the age of 14, and we spoke of children, and because this is our future, and this is important. And also, as quite often the changes in the traffic rules take place post factum with no wide and broad discussion with the public, to cancel. Also, it depends on the Interior Ministry to cancel 1510C, which allows parking of vehicles on the sidewalks. This is important for safety of pedestrians. You discuss the statistics. And also this is about children, because if children run from behind the car and they are 1 meter tall onto the road, it's dangerous, of course, for the child, and the driver will not manage to respond. Therefore, in such a way, we can reduce the number of accidents. I have a small comment. There is a request what to do that we accelerate the change. I have a basic proposal. But there is a very small audience of participants of this discussion. And actually, this discussion is about all citizens.
дітей,
Actually,
родин.
it's about
І мені
all
здається, що базово,
mothers
що
and
потрібно
children and
робити, і в тому
families, and the
числі
basic thing to do
для народних депутатів. От я приведу Галину
for the
Миколаївну
MPs, I will
до
quote
вас пропозицію
a
підтримати
proposal
і бюджетний
to
комітет
support
з
also the
пропозицією
budget committee
підтримати це
with a
питання.
proposal to
Тому
support this
що
matter,
ніколи не можна
because
зробити
never
широку
one can
реформу,
do the wide
фокусуючись
reform,
виключно,
focusing
наприклад, на асоціаціях
on the
автомобілістів з усією повагою.
association
Поки
of
ви не
motorists,
розширите
with
пул
all my
стейкхолдерів,
respect.
вона залишиться
Unless you
дуже
increase the
нішою.
pool of stakeholders, it will be a niche based,
Да, дякую за запитання про
only for the narrow
безпечні
niche.
ділянки. Тут я
As for
думаю, що
the
питання
dangerous
якраз
areas,
всім разом, тому що
segments of the
якраз
road,
Нацпол
it's a common question. It is defined by the national police, and information is provided by them. If it's about the determination, the initiative belongs to them. As for control, we cooperate with the recovery agency. The recovery agency reports back to the ministry of how they cooperate with such areas and what they did in order to make them safe. And the next question is about the local government. They also report with within is provided to them from the national police. If it's about control, it's about us. As for the dangerous segments of the road, we can discuss with Alexei. You have a lot of specialized knowledge, and of course we can discuss those special questions, that we don't waste the time of everyone. Not sure if it's interesting for everyone, but we can discuss it personally. Saying this, we close our panel discussion. There are still quite many questions, which is quite good. I would like to thank Sergei Derkach, Darina Marchak, Alexei Belashitsky, Katerina Lozovenko, and Volodymyr Kraidenko, who has rushed back to his work. Dear speakers, please don't walk away. There is a request from
Шановні учасники і учасниці, ми повертаємося до роботи. Зараз нагадаю.
Dear participants, we are coming back to work. I will remind you, we are on the Forum for Safety Roads in Ukraine, held by the Center of Democracy and Rule of Law, within 8th Global Week of Road Safety under the auspices of United Nations. While the participants are coming back to the room, I would like to remind that we don't have online broadcasting, yet we make the video recording, and it becomes available immediately after the end. We do it due to the rules of safety during the full-scale war, and we hope that this will also make it possible to remember that posting the pictures and videos, quotations of our distinguished speakers and participants will also be possible only after the end of the activity. Dear participants, shall we take our seats and shall we respect the time of everyone who have arrived on time? I'm ready to introduce the speakers of the next panel. The next panel is called From the Law to a Safe Road, Legislative and Regulatory Decisions in order to save lives. I have the honor and I have the pleasure to introduce the speakers of this panel, Mr. Zborovsky, Deputy Head of the State Service of Ukraine for Safety on Transport. Thank you, Yevgen, for being with us. Anush Bielashitska, Head of the Department of Administration of the System of Automatic Recording of the Center of Infrastructure and Technology of the Ministry of Interior. Thank you for being with us. Mr. Zagreba, Head of the Civic Organization Within Zero Expert for Road Safety, will be participating online. Mr. Konstantin Sherbachenko, Head of the Civic Organization, Ukrainian Association of Auditors of Safety of Motorways. Please take a seat as convenient. Thank you for being with us. Oksana Levitska, Chairperson of the Board of the Civic Representation Live. Thank you for being with us. And also today, we shall be under the moderation of Mr. Ilchuk, the expert from the campaign for safety roads. The next few periods of time, we shall be speaking, we shall be saying we shall discuss what will influence the securing of road safety in Ukraine.
Колеги, всіх вітаю. Дякую усім.
I would like to welcome all of you. Thank you very much indeed for coming. I would like to thank everyone who have stayed to the first panel. Usually most people come to the first panel, and the first panel was mostly about, was more or less superficial. It was more about the strategy. However, today we shall discuss the basic things, nonetheless important, about the legislation, legislative initiatives, a regulatory framework which has to save lives on our roads. And this is what we all together are aspiring for and implementing in Ukraine. I would propose to start with the positive thing. Not too many things, as I would like to say, not too many good things that would be helpful and would be implemented lately. And yet the first part, shall we think and shall we discuss what's good has changed in the legislation in terms of what you are working, what you are facing in Ukrainian legislation and Ukrainian regulatory framework for the last 5 years. I'm confident that such changes took place, and it's important to focus on it, that we have a look what happened 5 years ago. Maybe it's better these days in some areas, and this will help us to go forward, to move forward, and to find the ways for improvement. Shall we follow the tradition, and shall we follow the list? And I will invite Yevgen Zborovsky, Mr. Zborovsky. I will say again, Yevgen is Deputy Chairman of Ukr Transport Safety. The CIO operate is not that noticeable for the broad public, unlike the police, and yet there have been quite many positive changes when you joined Ukrainian Transport Safety, including commercial transportation, passenger transportation. What has actually changed for the last 5 years? What is your opinion? Thank you very much indeed for this opportunity. I will do my best that I don't forget, because quite many changes happened. I will walk away from the framework. In terms of the legislation, I will clarify that not so many laws in the field of legislation. We're quite flexible in terms of the laws and the resolutions of the Cabinet of Ministers. I believe that the best practices which have been applied, which influence dozens of thousands of business entities, the entrepreneurs, and the status of our motorways, is a system of waiting in motion, which was launched 2021. It occupies 200 million charges per year. This is a secondary indicator, and the primary one, whenever the system of scaling 5 times is reduction of the perpetrators. That system, as it was shown by practice, has some drawbacks which we can work with, and also we cannot deny the efficiency because 5 times fewer perpetrators. That system must be improved. The number of outposts in the network, and also involvement of the communities, because some of the proceeds from fines is also received by the communities. Yet the penalties are secondary. We don't have to focus on those. Yet as a service, our main purpose is to keep the roads intact, because the roads are expensive. Those are billions of hryvnia. No fines will cover the losses caused by overloaded vehicles. If somewhere a good road is being built for quite many billions, it's important to keep it intact. And we are working efficiently, even those even about violations, 5% of the within our framework in scaling in motion. Those are smaller violations, and there are no big overweights quite often inappropriate distribution of weight on the axis. Those are small excesses of 5 to 10%, which are less important. Therefore, that story is indeed important. In our field, and also it was one of my first decisions, is mandatory application of body cameras by the inspectors. Previously it wasn't mandatory, and today, as we can see, the number of complaints has reduced. There is no story when the perpetrators don't know that they are held liable. When the documents are received in a month, please arrive for the review of the case in court, because you have been fined for 51,000. Nowadays, it's not the case. Every material is supported with video recording. If there is a complaint, we have round-the-clock hotline. Immediately, our internal monitoring department is verifying the complaints. So indeed, we found quite many facts where the drivers are biasing the information, and the only thing we can do as civil servants, this is not our word, this is actually the video of what has actually happened. As a derivative of that system, there are dozens of cases, more than 50 cases we have recorded of the attempts to give the bribe to our inspectors. The inspectors are recording on body camera. They warn people of criminal liability. If the drivers continue doing that, they call police, the investigation group, and they formalize the attempt of bribing the public official, and then the driver is held criminally liable. We have quite many cases of this kind. And also, the large-scale invasion also created additional workload on the entire services, on all of the services. We have responded quickly, and we have enabled to new carriers to make it online, to make it digital. And in May, April, online with their signature, the full package of document, to have the license, to have extract from license, and to go and doing international transportation, which was important at the time when air traffic and maritime traffic has been blocked fully. And this was jointly with the Ministry of Development of Communities, National Police, Customs, of the system of electronic queue. I believe that quite many people in the field of this business have faced it. There are quite many fears, and yet there are positive feedback only. No queues of 50-kilometer plus of the trucks. Everybody is on the queue online. People don't have to live on the border. They only arrive when the system tells them that now it's your turn. There are no massive manipulation, just small occasions where people try to outsmart the system, yet the owners of the system are patching those little loopholes on time. And generally, I believe it's a positive story. Currently, from 17th of May, there is a new procedure of the review of cases by the leaders of Ukrainian transport safety on the Article 57. This is an important document. And this year, we need to appreciate the MPs. This year, they have voted for 4560 Euro integration draft legislation. It has introduced quite many new stories. It partially implements the EU directive. And I believe this will improve the efficiency in our field. Those are the positive changes which result in more efficient control, 600 million revenues on the budget by the fines, and I hope that number will reduce. And of course, we need to have more outposts of control. Currently, more than 70 law inspectors have been mobilized to the armed forces. We have recruited 150 inspectors. In the past years, with a large war, a full-scale invasion was leveled down to a large extent, as now we have 50 to 60 outposts throughout the country. Of course, the carriers know where the control takes place, and they're trying to bypass. This makes it impossible to make the total and global control in order to overcome such massive violations. Those have been the dreams. Of course, the budget is constrained. Hiring civil servants, it's about optimization now. It's quite a reverse trend, and yet maybe this is a dream for the future time. Thank you, Yevgen.
справді звучить дуже добре. Тобто, у
It
сфері
sounds good.
комерційного транспорту
In the field of commercial transport,
робота робиться. Це чудово.
the work is being done, and we hope
Ще пасажирський транспорт.
that the passenger transport has also remained, but this will be discussed later. As I know, it's not as good, and probably we have areas to improve. We shall discuss it more. Nowadays, I would like to invite Anush Bilashitska.
У вас така посада довго, начальниця відділу
You are head of the Department of Administration of the System
державної установи Центр інфраструктури та технологій МВС.
of the Center for Recording of the State Institution. For the broad public, I will say it's a state institution, which is responsible for automatic recording cameras. And Anush Bilashitska is a person who knows best of such cameras in the country. And those cameras are have been installed throughout the country. Please raise your hand who have received the fine from the automatic recording camera. That's great. Your work is quite visible.
Камер багато,
Quite many cameras.
озвучувала сьогодні вже цифра
And as for the fines, they count millions. And the revenues exceeding $1 billion, most probably. I can clarify this. Regretfully, what was clarified, first of all, this is plus 20 regime, which is only in Ukraine, and also in the territory which is in the east. And another problem is speeding, and the fine is 170 hryvnia, which is quite small and quite painful.
But that's beyond the point. As far as I know, in the month of June, it will be 5 years since the automation fixation system of traffic has been launched into operation in Ukraine. So we basically see that the system is in operation. People are issued with fines, they keep paying them. The number of fines is increasing. It's not a question to you why their number is increasing. Well, it refers to us because a greater number of cameras are being fixed. Okay, we see. So in a nutshell, the system itself is good, but maybe you can expand on it. Some things that require paying attention to. You're welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you for your question. Greetings to everyone. It's a pretty complicated question as such, because in 5 years a lot has already happened within the system, because it's a state-owned system. And this time is enough to assess its efficiency and sustainability. The main point to make is basically, it's the key point to make. The system itself has provided for adhering to the basic constitutional principle, which is equity of all of the citizens and their freedoms, and enjoying their rights and freedoms before the law. So the system is equitable in its response to responding to any kinds of traffic accidents. Thus, it strengthens the trust of the general public in the principle of the rule of law. As Mykola has put it, over the 5 years, the number of complexes of automatic fixation has definitely increased significantly. So this happened a few years ago, and the system started with 45 complexes of automatic fixation. Mr. Belashitsky in the first panel identified that as of now, we have 340 such complexes operating in full, which is 7.5 times more than was right from the very start since the launch of the system. In 5 years since launching of the system into operation, we have lived several times through the full suspension of the system, full termination of the system. For you to understand it, such systems of state-owned level are so highly integrated, working with different databases, registries at the level of the government, was an only one to be suspended and terminated. It was a real disaster, but we managed it. And in fact, after the full-scale invasion, we renewed and resumed the operations of the system in just 3 months. Resumed it completely, and we even built some things better than it was actually before the full-scale invasion. So some things that we installed additionally. Basically, everyone knows that we have managed to get integrated with DIA. Now photos and videos are transferred on DIA platform. Also, in these 5 years, we have managed to automate the process of sending different kinds of documents requiring liability. It used to be made manually. Every document used to be printed out, and they were such a great number, I'm telling you. And we would have to get it all together, put it in the envelopes, and send it to different law enforcement agencies. But we managed to automate this process, and now it works on a sustainable basis. And basically, there are no complaints against it or about it. With reference to statistics, Mr. Alexei has said that in 4 years there were about 1,400,000 different kinds of documents drawn up, and it's a bit more than that. In a couple of days it would be 1,600,000. If we compare it to the last year we had them a little over 4 million such documents drawn up as a result of traffic accidents. As of now, it's nearly half of the things that were recorded last year. So we are planning that by the end of this year, given the fact that we will be activating a respective number of complexes for video fixation. So we think that the number of such documents will increase several-fold. Over the last year, the states and the citizens earned more than 1 billion hryvnias as a result. I suppose as a revenue, I think that this is a very good indicator, because during the time of war, it's a very good revenue for the country, for its budget. So basically, I have a lot to offer with you, but I hope there will be some questions posed concerning every kind of road violations that we are recording right now. You know that speeding is 100%. All of our complexes, they record different kinds of speeding. We have 4 complexes in Kiev, 2 in Lviv and 1 in Bila Tserkva, which in addition to speeding also record different kinds of violations when traffic lanes are changed inappropriately on the run. So a lot of work is also being done in terms of identifying and activating different kinds of other violations. For example, when people run through the red traffic light signal. So I think that we will handle this issue by the end of this year, and we'll make a respective announcement and make an announcement about different complexes that will be targeting this specific road violations. Thank you. It's very interesting indeed. I'm sure there will be many questions to follow. So a brief question from me. Do you have any information about concerning the average check to pay? If so, we know that there are also 50% discounts offered. So how much is paid on average? Given all of the enforcement proceedings, according to the statistics over the last year, the average check was 220 hryvnias. And in line with our statistics, 95% of such enforcement proceedings are to do with speeding over 20 kilometers per hour, and just under 1%. This is usually when people change lanes when going on the motorway incorrectly. So this works out 220 hryvnias, give or take, on average, as a fine to pay. So for our people to understand, how much does it cost to send an enforcement proceeding to a violator or to a traffic offender? It's give or take 100 hryvnias just to send this proceeding, 100 hryvnias. So this is to do with our postal service and especially printing services. So if it's 170 hryvnias as a fine, so the majority of this amount goes to operational costs. Yes, indeed. According to our beneficial period, only over 80% of people pay these fines. So this is the statistics that we have. I see. Thanks a lot. And I'm sure there will be more questions to follow. On the one hand, it's great that everything has been so very well digitalized, automated, made transparent. We see a lot of owners of these happy fines to pay within our midst. And on the other hand, of course, we definitely have to speak about raising these fines because 170 isn't doing any justice. Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to turn to Viktor Zagreba. He is my colleague from the company that we both represent. He is online with us, and he is a representative of Vision Zero NGO today. So in our midst, Viktor Zagreba is probably the only person that deals with road safety for the longest period of time. He was also one of the co-founders of For Safety on Roads campaign. At the time when I hardly heard anything about that, he was already heavily immersed in this movement. So I'm sure, Viktor, you have a lot to say, especially good things that have taken place over the last 5 years. So if you can squeeze it in a very short span of time and focus on some points. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to participate. My name is Viktor Zagreb. I have 3 kids. To follow up on the tradition of the first panel, I expected that you, Mykola, would also pick up on that because children really matter, because the number of deaths and fatalities are changing or growing cardinally. I think it's a very sad discovery I made this year. I wanted to start with something positive, but there we go. You know, there are events and there are trends as opposed to that. And trends are more important than events, although events, of course, attract a greater deal of attention. So I would like to single out a very positive trend, which I admire. This is to do with seat belts. We began to fight for changes in this area at the beginning of our campaign. This was the very beginning of our campaign, as Alessa and Taras reminisced about that, and I hope many others in the midst of your congregation. And then in 2021, the incumbent legislature supported raising such fine from the initial amount to the amount which is tenfold that. Media campaigns also resulted in some very clear-cut gains that we as the company can measure. At the beginning of our campaign back in 2017, the first measurements concerning using seatbelts stood at 15% on average. Last year, it was at the level of 46% of using seat belts in the towns and cities where we were observing this trend. So this is super positive, and we hope that it will only be growing. Of course, it requires changes in the government policies and different media campaigns. And it's such a sad thing that, unfortunately, we don't see any such positive trends in the area of speeding. We can see, on the contrary, that death rate is growing due to speeding. And there is no trend for the reduction of these factors. And there's no trend for the frequency or severity for the punishment for such offenses. So let me underscore 3 important things in this connection. From the perspective of my company and the campaign that we are running, we think that this is shameful. It's just a disgrace that we have this plus 20 kilometers per hour, which is completely go without unpunished. This is only present right now in Ukraine and Russia. Not even in Belarus or Moldova do they speak about free plus 20 kilometers per hour. And the sociology testifies to the fact that citizens are also in favor of such changes. We even had polls, sociological polls, they were highly representative. 50% of all of the Ukrainians polled were in favor of introducing fines after 10 kilometers, additional 10 kilometers of speeding, not even 20 kilometers. So such changes can be very easily implemented. Mr. Krydenko said at the beginning that he is ready to keep promoting this initiative. We have all of the arguments in our favor. So we definitely need to make sure that we introduce such an amendment as quickly as we can. Another more complicated story is the proportionate commensurate system to fines. Right now it's up to 20 kilometers of speeding. The government is not punishing you, it's just kind of encouraging you to travel at 110 or 69 kilometers per hour. It's just like, better boys, better girls, keep driving. So from 20 to 30 additional kilometers per hour, you get to pay 170 hryvnias, from 170 to 340 hryvnias. And when it's speeding over 200 kilometers, then these are tangible and sizable fines. So it's a very sad story. So we definitely need to amend the code of traffic violations, but it's a realistic story. We have already developed all of the amendments, the explanatory note, the bill. A whole lot of analytics has been done. We have explored different kinds of policies, both in the EU and international instructions and directives. So everything is very well argued. Just go and do it. And the last point of my initial intervention is penalty points. We have touched upon that. Ms. Marchak, Deputy Minister for Social Policy, I very much liked the story about her friend who moved to the UK and who quickly understood that driving slowly is really important, and it's a great pleasure indeed. So these penalty points is something that allowed them to significantly reduce speeding in Poland. And Poland is a really heavy country in terms of safety on the roads. People are very similar to Ukrainians. People are not keen on adhering to limits. But these penalty points resulted in very positive things, and this increased the safety on the roads. And they even won a special prize for that, and we have a lot to learn from them. Ukraine, over the last 10 years, has tried to introduce some penalty points on 2 occasions. There were even laws and different changes introduced, but they failed. The capacity of our country was not enough to see it through, to build a legal infrastructure for this system. Therefore, probably even this time, it will be inadequate when the capacity is even weaker, I mean, at the ministry level and the level of the parliament of Ukraine. So our proposal is, and I'm making a reference to what Olesa said right from the very start of today's event, quasi-penalty points. They are more serious, and revocation of driving licenses for repeat offenses for the most significant ones, in addition to drunk driving. And we would like to expand the operations of Article 130 to some other points to make sure that people, when they violate the rules of going through zebra crossings or running at the prohibitive signals of the traffic lights. So this draft law has already been registered at the parliament, and we hope that Mr. Krydenko and other parliamentarians will be voting in favor of this draft law, and possibly it will be approved this year. Thank you for hearing me.
Дякую.
Thank you, Victor.
Ти так пройшовся аналітично.
Basically, you have taken an analytical approach, trying to reminisce to what your campaign is advocating for. If you do not know, we're talking about Draft Law 12274, which has already been registered at the Parliament of Ukraine. It's already equipped with all of the necessary conclusions, your integration conclusion in particular, so it's been prepared by the Parliament of Ukraine. To consider it at the line committee, to prepare it for the first reading, and we hope it will be the first important step, and the parliamentaries will pay a great deal of attention to that. Thank you, Victor. Victor has also mentioned Poland. Let me add that Poland was awarded a prize of European Transport Security Council. They managed to decrease the fatality on their roads by nearly 47%. Ukraine definitely needs to look up to that and pursue the same pathway. So now we are moving on. And now I'd like to give the floor to Konstantin Sherbachenko. He is a certified auditor. He represents Ukrainian Association of Road Safety Auditors. Konstantin, I'm sure, is faced with the condition of on our roads. A lot of us run on such motorways between towns and cities, and I hope some of you do it on a regular basis, but the amount of traffic, the number of traffic accidents, unfortunately, is so excessive, especially when we talk about intercity motorways. So can you tell us if there have been any positive changes in this realm over the last 5 years? I will probably take a broader time perspective and start earlier than 5 years ago. Some very positive changes took place since the adoption of the law, the so-called law on safety of Ukrainian roads audit. So we introduced then the so-called audit of motorways, and we check different kinds of documentation which is necessary and accompanies the construction of roads, safety of the roads themselves. So we definitely look into potential dangers, perils, and submit different proposals concerning the improvement of.
The audit is mandatory only for international and national roads. The audits, inspections are mandatory for every road, including the streets of the municipalities. Regretfully, it does not fully work due to lack of financing as well as the armed aggression of the Russian Federation. And the inspections, which had to be held twice for the last 6 years, are being carried out only for the places of concentration of traffic accidents since 2023 only. This law implements the regulations of the directive of the EU 2008/96 about management of transport infrastructure. Therefore, it's also a step towards Europe, as I believe. To this law, a number of sub-laws and bylaws have been developed: the procedure of audits, the procedure of inspections, the procedure of certification of the auditors of road safety. To my opinion, it's time to revise it because there is experience of implementation. It's worthwhile to have a look which worked well, which did not, what has to be changed. Yet there is experience also of the audits, and there is a different perception of the procedure by the designers. They focus more attention. In the beginning, they did not really want to change the design solutions, and now some designers also refer on the initial stage to make sure they don't have to revise once again before it is reviewed by the experts. There is a different attitude towards safety audits from the former services of maintenance of motorways, the current service of recovery. This law was approved in November of 2019, slightly more than 5 years. There is also improvement in the regulatory framework. At least you have here it of emerald traffic lights. This is again a step towards Europe. New standards on the road signs, which have been developed by the state company. Mainly, also changes in the construction norms, which make it possible to take flexible decisions. Quite often it is over-regulated for the experiments and imagination, at least, and so to me as a practicing designer. Our standards are applicable for improvement of traffic safety. As it was discussed on the previous panel by the colleagues, Alexei Balashitsky called them as U-turns of death. This could be countered even with no big capital investment, because such U-turns must be every 5 kilometers. And nowadays, if we take MO6, yeah, every 500 meters, sometimes on the bypass of Kores, which is just 10 kilometers, there are 5 pairs of left turns, yeah, and including the overflight. We need to close them, and yet we don't have to forget the needs of the local public. Maybe we need to make some local access to the next U-turn. There are positive achievements, and also we have a lot to work on.
Таке одне питання.
I have a question.
Згадував про всіма славнозвісну
You have discussed the bad famous MO6 Kiev chop. It has about nicknames. We call it the road of death. It's most dangerous, most traumatic motorway which has the highest death toll every year. You mentioned the U-turns, and also there is such a thing, as we have discussed before the event, so-called access roads, if you understand, when there is the international road, and every 100 meters there is a garage, a pizza house, a car wash, the hypermarket, the gas station, and those access roads every time. It must not be the case. Why does it happen? And those U-turns, why so many of them? And so many access roads to the neighboring infrastructure? Why so many U-turns? One of the biggest problems that we have is that our main motorways run through municipalities. In the past, I focused a lot of attention, and also this was followed, and at least in the construction norms it is prescribed that the construction and reconstruction of motorways of the top category is not allowed in the municipalities. Regretfully, lately, there are more capital repairs. Construction and reconstruction is required to build their bypasses, to allocate also land. And those land matters, land issues, in addition to lack of finance, is also deaccelerating the development of motorways. If you refer to the experience of Poland, you can look even on Google Earth with no travel, the way from our border to Krakow, and you will see that there is a completely new road bypassing the municipalities. And those roads don't run through municipalities, they don't generate traffic of public transport, which stops in the municipalities, they don't generate the traffic of pedestrians via the motorway. And also, there are no frequent access roads for accessing the main road, to access the highway. This is indeed the problem. As the auditor, as auditors of road safety, we need to focus our attention on it. Access to the motorway, access to the road is among the first criteria, the top criteria by which we need to assess safety. As the last things are the road signs and marking. If there is nothing to assess, then we assess the road signs and marking. But first we need to assess safety. It must be regulated, yet it doesn't happen. Nowadays, if I'm right, the motorways are the only infrastructure facilities with no protection zones. Railroads have protection zones, underground cable lines have protecting zones, oil pipelines, gas pipelines have protected areas. Nobody can do any construction or any other works with no permission of the owners of communications. Even if this land plot is not owned by you, with motorways, it doesn't work. On the net, one can find the announcement about the sale of land plots next to the motorways with accessing the motorway. Currently, nobody can prevent from building the next gas station or some little supermarket next to which the trucks will stop by creating the obstacles for the traffic of other participants. It's a regret, and yet we understand that most probably, while we have the war, a lot of money will be needed. As the example of Poland was quoted, those are billions of euro for building that motorway, which is so good and so ideal, and yet for us this is unaffordable luxury. I hope that after the victory we shall have more opportunities for rebuilding, and we shall improve the road infrastructure. Thank you, Konstantin. I would like to give the floor to Oksana Levitska, chairperson of the board of the civic organization, the Center of Civic Representation of Life, Civic Organization Life. I will change the format of this question for Oksana. For the last 5 years, your organization has been involved in road safety not for such a long time. Maybe for 5 years you don't have too much experience, yet, as I know, there are quite many issues you have been involved, including speeding and cycling helmets, and also you have a successful cases of the advocacy of the matters of healthcare, including tobacco smoking. And possibly I will formulate the question as follows. What similarity would you draw between tobacco smoking and road safety? Because smoking kills and also speed kills. People are trying to limit it. People fail to limit the speed, however. Possibly, what's in common? Maybe with tobacco smoking, the results are better. And what can be taken as an example for it in the road safety? Thank you very much indeed. I would like to welcome you. I'm happy to be here. I heard a lot of interesting information as it was discussed by Mikola, our civic organization Life for about 1 year ago began to get involved with road safety, and we have powerful experience in the advocacy and the national information campaigns in the field of public health. And I would like to begin with the topic of speed, and then I will move to the topic that we are working in the expert fashion. I would like to say that the topic of a reduction of punished limit of 20 kilometers is very sensitive. Also, there are quite many sensitive topics in the field of tobacco control. Shall we remember the situation of 20 years ago, smoking in cafes, bars and restaurants? Who would think that this will become the public norm? And this will be supported also by the smokers, that now nobody smokes. Nobody is using nicotine products in the cafes, bars and restaurants. Therefore, this topic of speeding is very sensitive. Shall we admit that quite many of the participants also drive plus as a driver with some small loopholes, and yet I always followed the rule, the slower you drive, the further you move. And I was irritated by the drivers who were speeding, and accordingly, even with my friends, I had situations when we traveled throughout the country with 2 vehicles, they always coming 10 to 15 minutes faster, because they say plus 10, plus 20, I said no. As a result, in few days, they went into a traffic accident, as the speed was more than it was allowed, and accordingly, they have spent much more resources, including time and money. Therefore, our civic organization is supporting and will keep supporting, which will keep helping in the advocacy of this topic. I believe that here we need to draw the attention to the information campaigns, media advocacy campaigns. I know that CEDEM and the campaign for road safety have very active information campaigns, using them quite actively. It's not the matter of 1 year, it's a matter of maybe 5 years. Maybe in 5 years we come together and we discuss the positive achievements. But yet now I would like to move to another topic. I would like to discuss the numbers of what we discussed in the field of protection of vulnerable categories, including drivers and passengers of motorcycles and scooters. It looks like not so many of participants of this kind, and yet there is a global trend of promotion of motor transport, and also in Ukraine for the last 5 years. If to speak of the numbers, 45% there is an increase of scooters and motorcycles. Accordingly, the injuries are growing. I will not overburden you with numbers. If you are interested, we have the infographics, which you can have with you, or if necessary, we can send the electronic version. However, for the past year, 400 people have died in the traffic accidents with participation of motorcycles and scooters. Here, I would like to mention, I would like to note that 75% of the deaths in such traffic accidents took place through the injury of the head. Therefore, WHO defines the factor of the failure to use the helmet as one of the key factors of risk on the road. Of course, we all understand quite well that drivers and passengers of motorcycles and scooters have a much higher risk, and much more often they die in traffic accidents compared to car drivers, because the car has a frame around the driver, yet we have the legislation which compels the drivers of motorcycles and scooters, the drivers and passengers, to wear their buckled helmets. Shall we imagine a similar situation with safety belts? If, for example, the driver is simply fastened with a nice band, which looks similar to safety band, with a nice knot, what will happen in case of traffic accident? Of course, it will not protect. The same with the helmet. There are wonderful imitation accessories which can be worn with bunny ears and so on, and this is considered that police will not have any claims. Even if you wear the pot or the ski helmet, you can be considered protected. Yet we understand this is not true. Also, according to WHO, the high quality and safe motor helmet reduces the risk of death 3 times. Therefore, we are now involved in this matter, having analyzed the national legislation and the best international practices. Now we work that we can implement in Ukraine the regulations of European Economic Commission of UN number 22, and that regulation is the most common and the one which has the most strict rules. And what is important, that most of European countries, the EU countries, apply this particular regulation. Therefore, it's best for Ukraine from the perspective of quite many criteria. I will not focus on it. And finally, I would like to say that actually we don't have much information, and therefore we held the interview of the drivers of motorcycles and scooters. There are some interesting results, and with the Institute of Economics, we make a feasibility study whether it's feasible to implement Regulation 22 about motor helmets in Ukraine, what are the advantages, because the experience of other countries demonstrates that, of course, the most important is to preserve life and health of citizens, and yet additionally, by similarity with control over tobacco, this is what that the country will also have economic benefits. This is what I would like to focus at. There are quite many interesting results of interviewing the drivers. If there are questions, we can continue this topic. Thank you, Oksana. Indeed, it's interesting about the helmets. You can wear anything on your hand. It will be difficult for the police to prove that this is not a helmet or this is a bad helmet. The helmets, like safety belts, indeed save lives. Now I propose, so we have wonderful presentation. Now we have a mixed format of questions. There are quite many online viewers.
декілька уточнюючих питань додам, і тоді
I will
перейдемо до
add a
аудиторії,
few clarifying questions and then we shall move to the audience.
Хочу уточнити у Євгена
I would like to
Зборовського,
clarify from Mr.
першому
Zborowski
виступі.
about the first presentation.
Ти перечислив багато
You
позитивних
have
змін,
listed quite many
але,
positive
я так розумію,
changes.
не просто так не сказав
Yet I understand you did not discuss passenger
пасажирський
transportation and
автобуси,
passenger transport,
там різного
like
значення,
buses
районного, обласного,
of different
міжміського,
levels, district,
що відбувається з цим. Я так
regional,
розумію, що
intercity,
там ще є
international.
речі, які треба
As
змінювати,
we understand, there are quite many
вдосконалювати,
things which
і
have to be improved and approved and
ви
changed.
бачите, наприклад,
As you can see, there is a difference between international bus, which goes
Київ-Варшава, як виглядає цей
Kiev
автобус,
to
і
Warsaw, how it looks like, and some district level bus.
Я сам зі Львова, там Львів,
I come
Пустомель.
from Lviv to Pustomity,
Знову
and
ж
those
таки,
Bogdan
справа сталося до
buses.
українського
I respect
виробника,
Ukrainian
але
producers,
різниця відчутна,
and yet the
і
difference
я
is
впевнений, що
obvious.
і екологія,
I
і
believe that
безпека,
the
і
environmental
комфорт
protection and safety
дуже
and comfort
відрізняються.
are quite different.
Якщо можна про це.
Could you please discuss that? Thank you very much indeed. I will discuss also other things if I may.
Насправді, це
In fact, this is to do with international transportation, passenger transportations. They do not come up to the level of Europe. It's true. Bus transportation, sometimes they look better at the international level, but once again, these are 20-year-old buses most of the time, which are utilized for that purpose. So we need to comprehend this is a great deal of work because legislation in this respect or bylaws haven't been changed for over 20 years now. And now much is being done at the Ministry of Territories and Infrastructural Development together with us. Now we have launched an electronic registry of bus stations because it's something which is extremely important. And now we have a portal that identifies all of the international routes for transshipments and transportation, where people can be issued with different permits. And this is the greatest achievement so far, I mean, digitalization. But the question is about competitions, and the bodies which deal with these competitions and contests, they have to draw on something, lean on something. And in many regions, towns, and cities, these competitions are really highly competitive. We have a lot of situations when people close their eyes to the quality of vehicles employed. Now you can apply with one set of vehicles, and after you win the contest, then you will be using a different set of vehicles, and there is no liability for that, you see, which is the worst thing. So if you apply that you will be transporting people on Mercedes vehicles, but produced in 2021, but in fact, you will be utilizing transportation that do not comply with any environmental norms. Nothing will follow in terms of punishment. So right now, we can only just send a notification saying to these companies that they have to eliminate these shortcomings. So the most important bit is to address local governments who deal with these contests in their towns and communities. They need to impact changes and enshrine different normative requirements to make sure that the proper vehicles will be utilized. But we can see what's happening right now. Money is short for all of these things, even for road repairs. You know, when I go to see my parents in the village, and I'm very happy that at least there is some kind of a passenger transportation company running there. So this is also very much about having the necessary finance, and it's a question of many years ahead. But a lot is being done right now to make sure that such competitions and tenders are run on a competitive basis, fairly, and in a digitalized way. And another important bit, approvals of legislation now are taking place on the basis of making sure that irregular and irregular transportation companies are considered. Most of the time, the companies which are not supposed to run more than twice a week, they disguise as a regular passenger transporting company, and they the ones that act in bad faith, it's very difficult to identify them or let alone bring them to account. So right now we are insisting on introducing amendments to such regulations that will oblige such irregular passenger transportation companies to submit regular information about their transportation services. So if you say that you only deliver your services twice a week, and if you run the third time, then you are not in a regular transportation company, you do it on a regular basis, or if you are running without a certain commission, once again, it will also be a violation. So this will avoid the necessity to go for dishonest competition, and we will be thus enforcing the rights of the companies that act in goodwill as regular transportation services, and we will be obliging the companies to buy new vehicles, and their businesses will hopefully become more profitable, more transparent, and this will encourage further development. So changes are taking place, but unfortunately not as fast as we would like them to. And the legislative amendments that we have, particularly to Article 160 of the law on Ukraine on automobile transport, motor road transport, that we have been working on for a long time. We really want all of this to go and to be talked through in the Parliament. And another thing to add from myself, in addition to Укртрансбезпека, the road safety service, I need to utilize the services all around me. I like to take advantage of various modes of transport, and I always very much lobby the interests of bicycle riders. Unfortunately, I do not ride bikes that frequently. I go for public transport, the underground, for example, which I think is the best transportation in Kiev, because the level of traffic jams is so high, and the fact that I was nearly late today, being stopped in Galitska Square, I think we need to award the prize of Man of the Year to someone who will be able to organize the traffic in this square, where every day I can see road accidents. Every time I go there, I always pray before this crossing, although I don't go to church that frequently. So I was a policeman myself, and I used to draw protocols about traffic accidents there, and any policeman will tell me that this is a true punishment for any kind of traffic patrollers to come and draw up these protocols. It's appalling indeed. So I think it will be just purely ingenious if someone comes up with a scheme to avoid traffic accidents. Maybe someone is trying to calculate the throughput of this road at this cross section, and maybe they think that these kinds of reducing throughput will result in diminishing the number of accidents. But you can imagine how this throughput declines immediately after road accidents take place at this junction. So in fact, I very much am in support of the development of automation of road accidents or any kinds of safety on the road. I think it's a disaster in terms of road safety. I mean, the number of violators is growing, and we are smiling when raising our hand and saying that we were fined. It's indeed 170 hryvnias. It's not a substantial amount, because filling up your car is about 3,000 hryvnias in comparison. So these are the fines which are not impactful at all. So we have to understand, a fine is not to punish. A fine is to change the deviant behavior for the better. So people have to be issued with a fine once and then think hard how to avoid getting those fines in the future. Doesn't matter how much revenue we're going to have for the state coffer. I want to make sure that no violations of the kind will ensue. A couple of weeks ago, while in Lithuania, working with passenger transportation, bus, and different kinds of other road traffic transportation, what we were able to see is measuring average speed works very well there, when you cannot avoid punishment, because several times your speed is recorded, and if your average speed was more than it was permissible, you're immediately punished. It's very painful to get such a fine, and when you get a couple of such fines, then your license is withdrawn, because driving a vehicle is not an obligation, it's a privilege to be deserved. And if you keep violating traffic rules, this deserves revoking a driving license. Unfortunately, our legislation is very lenient right now, which means that 3,500 people every year die on the roads of Ukraine, and it's a real disaster. I would like this automatic fixation by police not collect money, but I want this fine to be such a harsh one that it really pains people for breaking the traffic rules. Let us look up to Poland, who has been awarded this prize, and how they managed to decrease the number of fatalities on the roads by 50%, because with us the statistic is on the rise. Given the fact that part of our territories are covered in hostilities and other areas temporarily occupied, a great number of population are out of Ukraine, but the number of traffic accidents is on the rise. The same goes for traffic accidents with reference to licensed traffic. The situation is not getting easier. A lot of men have been mobilized for the army. A lot of men have fled Ukraine. And we have a lot of drivers of commercial transportation, bus drivers, lorry drivers, or truck drivers, who have just been issued with special permits to become commercial drivers. They're people of senior age, people who have some problems with their health, who cannot respond promptly on the road. So the safety, unfortunately, is suffering as a result. Therefore, we need to undertake decisive, crucial measures to make sure that violations will be punished severely. And I don't care what the amount of this violation will be if you're not wearing a seat belt. Let it be 100,000. Every single time I get in the car, I don't care how much this amount of money will be, because I'm fastened. And yesterday I was at a safety week. Somebody spoke about the fact that drunk drivers is more than 100,000 per year. So this number is on the rise again. So this preventive mechanism is dysfunctional. But in Lithuania, the system is very simple. People are strolling around, concerts taking place. 10,000 people get together to listen to music. And on both sides, the only ways out, there are traffic control patrols standing, and all of the people have to go through these sobriety checkpoints. So this is all about responsibility. People understand that you cannot get out of those places if you are drunk. Go on a bicycle, I mean, or order a taxi, but not in a car as a driver. So the number of drunk drivers is not decreasing in our country, but rising. On the contrary, it means that the mechanism is dysfunctional. It means that we need to increase the punishments to make sure that these numbers have declined. Once again, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Poland is a fantastic example for us to follow. We have taken over some time. I hope there will be some questions, but let me mention one more thing in connection with what has been just said. I would like to ask Kanush this question. There are very high expectations concerning the automation fixation system, and the average speed has been talked today about. When the respective draft bill is approved, how quickly can that be implemented? How complicated is this technically? Will many more cameras have to be installed? How quickly can that be put in practice? First of all, let me thank you for what Yevgeny has just said. I couldn't agree more. The system is to function not in order to make revenue, but to ensure safety of the traffic. This was the core goal for the implementation of the automation system. Concerning the average speed, like it was discussed even prior to our panel discussion, doing this purely technically is not difficult at all. What it takes is buying the specific complexes, installations to record average speed and install it in the sections of the roads that will be identified as the sections with the high rate of accidents. So one more thing to add, these complexes and systems will be much cheaper than the ones that we have right now in place, because they do not need radars. This will be all measured mathematically, I mean the speed. So the cost of these complexes will be substantially reduced. And realistically speaking, I think the society will also agree with me that the efficiency of such complexes will definitely be much higher than the ones that we have in place, and record violations in a targeted way. Everyone knows where these cameras are fixed, and before the cameras, some 100 meters, they slow down, And after those cameras, they speed up. For example, on our motorway 06, we have the greatest number of such cameras, 40, and everyone going to Lviv keeps swearing and cursing us. But this is not impacting systemic violators or offenders in any way at all, because they all know where these cameras are, and they know that in some stretches of the road they will have time to compensate for the time lost. And in some areas they can drive at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. So technically speaking, once again, it's not going to be sophisticated. Setting up such cameras and complexes will not be difficult, or integrating that in the entire system. The main idea is to introduce amendments to the legislation and the regulation 883, which regulates the work of the entire system, which needs to be amended, and the whole thing will be ready. I see. Thank you. Please, dear participants, be reminded, on your badges, on the back of your badges, you have a QR code following which you will be able to see the agenda of our today's event. It also contains a great number of different analytical reports prepared by For Safe Roads campaign. And at the end of today's event, you will also be able to access the photographs. All of this is available by following this QR code. Fine. So now let us move on to audience questions. Let me take a minute of your time to add something. I failed to mention, but just a second, just a minute of your time, yeah. In the places where these cameras are installed, if we take the statistics of the patrol police, these statistics are well known. Road accidents, the number of road accidents declined threefold in comparison to the same period 4 years before the installation of these systems. But if we take the statistics concerning the administrative materials drawn up as a result of road accidents, since the point these complexes were activated and a year on, these are pretty fresh statistics, which I checked yesterday. The number of fines halved. So I think that in such a short period of time, this is a really solid indicator to say that accidents are declining in number, as well as violations are also decreasing in number. Violations that have been recorded. Even the fact that we are recording speeding in a targeted way, still there are some very tangible results gained. Yes, indeed, it's true. The statistics are corroborating these statements. So, do the audience members have any questions? I would like to thank our panelists for your time and your work. My question goes to Ms. Anush Belashetska. If we achieve this victory and this draft law gets registered, where we eliminate plus 20 additional kilometers per hour, will it be a lot of resources necessary to implement these cameras, to set them up differently? And another dream of mine, when in my company we are speaking about the campaign in favor of seat belts. Can cameras also fixate whether people wear seat belts and what to do if there are darkened windscreens and it's impossible to see who is sitting at the steering wheel? Yes, thank you for your question. Concerning the last point mentioned, let me start with that, seat belts. The complexes and systems in place in Ukraine cannot identify such kinds of violations. Why can they not? Because we have never had this request previously. Because in this regulation 833, 7 violations are identified that the complexes need to distinguish between and record. And this kind of violation was never provided for, envisaged by the legislation to be automatically identified. But in the market of Ukraine, there are such systems which have recommended themselves very well, as well as in other countries like Uzbekistan, In Uzbekistan, they record speeding and many other violations automatically, including driving without wearing a safety belt. So how does it work for them? In fact, it's not difficult to implement. All it takes is a certain infrared projector within this complex, and it will simply screen through the windshield better. It's not going to affect the drivers. This is not going to harm their health, and then you will be able to record any such violations. Moreover, I know that some changes are being prepared for the state requirements, state standards, which describe all of the characteristics. Prerequisite for such automated complexes to identify and record any violations. And they are planning to add this violation there. So, my take is that in the nearest future, if there is such a legislative initiative to implement this kind of detecting violations, it's not going to be difficult for us to implement that. Can you remind me number one question? Or gradation of fines for speeding. Just 5 minutes of your time.
Every complex undergoes metrology verification. In order to make metrology verification, we set up the complex for 20, 30 kilometers per hour and speeding plus 20. If the vehicle, a specialized vehicle of Ukrainian standardization service, come with an excess of speed of 50, then it is recorded by the complex. Doing that will be very easy and simple. Moreover, this is what now works. We have an excess of 20 kilometers per hour and about 50 kilometers per hour. Adding a few more excesses like 30, 40, 60 is not difficult to do because the main machine is there. Do you have any more questions?
Можливо, онлайн запитання?
Maybe there are any questions online.
Можна тут мікрофон перший ряд? Давайте тоді, якщо більше нема, будь ласка, Олександр, одне запитання.
Unless you have one question from Alexander, and we shall finalize the panel. I have a comment and a question for discussion. I fully agree that the participants say, and what Evgen says, because I'm concerned with TikTok, where people are proud of how many fines, 170 hryvnia fines they have collected, which are just too small. There are Instagram pages of how they violate traffic rules in a systemic fashion. Yes, they do it. And it looks to me that with what we have discussed, it's important to remove that discount of 50% because we are not in the store. The fine must be fine. As I looked, this is also regulated by the administrative code. We cannot do anything with no MPs involved. Most probably, they don't have any special interest in doing that. And also the question for discussion, but we can change yet the principle of naming. The fines comes for speeding, for example. Can we actually change that this is called the fine for creating the emergency conditions on the road by speeding? It's a matter of naming. There's the same people who speed every time when they receive the fine. Also, drop by drop, piece by piece, they will improve their awareness. So this is more than the speeding. This is also increase of the risk of the traffic accident for themselves and other traffic participants. Like on packs of cigarettes, they write, they make some terrible pictures. I can make a comment. As for packs with cigarettes, when we launched the system, if you remember how it was, the way it was, Mr. Grashenko presented how the letter looks like, which will be sent to the perpetrator. At that time, 100% of resolutions were sent by letters. On the letter, there is a picture of traffic accident, quite a serious traffic accident, in order to cause people to violate less. Actually, it happens now. On this picture, there is statistics of how many people have died over traffic accidents last year for speeding. Nowadays, there is advertising campaign which takes place, but it is only for those who receive letters physically, not those who receive the resolutions in the electronic form. By the way, this is quite appropriate proposal as well as question, because as I think today, it would not be difficult for us also to add some pictures, some infographics, some illustrations for the drivers who check, who verify the check for the fine, and additionally are caused, are incentivized to stop the perpetrations. There are some privileged people who also violate and they don't care. This is indeed happening. And for us, this is a big problem because we do our best that such systemic perpetrators are as few as possible. However, we need also to work on the legislative level by increasing the fines and also to work together with police. We work together with police, as the police quite often, according to our information, also refers, they find those systemic perpetrators and they make preventive interviews with them. Actually, there are perpetrators who violate more than 249 kilometers per hour, and one perpetrator who has more than 200 violations. Among those 200 violations, 60 violations are the speeding for more than 50 kilometers per hour, more than 10 of which are more than 240 kilometers per hour. Did he pay the fines? Yes, he does. Everybody, he pays every fine. And yet, if we look what kind of vehicle does he have, and he has more than one vehicle, by the way, and we find that he doesn't care. First of all, for the amount of the fine, due to the amount of the fine. Those who have violated once or twice are few. The majority of people are systemic perpetrators.
Зрозуміло. Друзі, ще одне питання онлайн.
Another question online.
У мене до останньої спікерки такі
I
питання.
have a question to the last speaker. If he has 200 perpetrations, he should have been deprived of the license. According to our law, this is not possible. What do you mean it doesn't? There is automatic deprivation of the license, or unless he breaks against the wall. It works like that, because 200 is too much. 200, I can say it's not too much, because we have the examples is more. Dear friends, we shall move to the end. If there is a question on Zoom, we can connect, and this will be the last question. Good morning. I would like to ask a question about recording of violations by drivers who drive the cars on foreign plates. This is important for Transcarpathia. Some people did not clear the cars on customs. Some people are visiting from neighboring countries. What to do with that? As I can see on the road next to which I'm living, quite many speedings by the cars with foreign plates. This is a question to Anna Bilaszczycka as well. I'm in the top today. After the beginning of the full-scale invasion, holding liable the drivers of cars registered in foreign countries was suspended because it was a political question. It was a political matter. Usually now on foreign registration, those foreign plates, 90% of people are volunteers
Тому була
who help the
ще
military.
прийнята така
Therefore,
позиція
a position was endorsed
міністром Кіти Монастирським, що
with the late
доки
Minister
у нас не
Monastyrsky
вирішиться
that
питання
unless we decide
з
the matter on
волонтерами, як взагалі у
volunteers,
нас
how
унормуємо чи не унормуємо ці
whether we can
питання, коли
regulate
будуть
or not
ставити
regulate
на
this
облік
matter, how they will have their
автомобілі,
vehicles
то до
registered.
цих пір не
Until that
виноситься
time,
постанова, оскільки
the resolutions are not
насправді
issued.
навіть
Because
зараз на
actually, even
одній
today,
іноземній
not
реєстрації
even on
велика
the foreign
кількість
registrations, there are
постанов,
quite
які
many
виносяться,
resolutions
вони
which have been
скасовуються,
issued,
в принципі,
are being
оскільки
cancelled by the
вони
police.
були винесені
Because they have been
авто,
issued
яке було
for the vehicle
завезено
which was imported by the volunteers for helping the military.
Якось так. Але я сподіваюся,
It's like that.
найближчим часом
And
буде
yet I
зроблено.
hope that very soon the changes will take place.
Дякую. Дякую усім. Будемо
Thank you very much
завершувати
indeed.
нашу перерву.
We shall finalize the panel.
Дякую спікерам,
I
дякую
would
всім
like
за
to thank the
запитання.
speakers and everybody for
Дякуємо
questions.
і хотіли би запросити спікерів ще до
I
спільного
would like
фото.
to
Наш
invite the
фотограф
speakers for the
дуже
family
хоче
photo
відзначити, що
because
завершення
our
нашого
photographer
фото
likes to make such photos.
Так, от до нашого
If you
фото.
can
Прошу не
proceed to
розходитися
our
наших
photographer,
учасників буквально
I
ще
request
хвилинку. Будь ласка. Щоб підсумувати, напевно, що
to
справа
summarize,
коротка,
I
тому
would
що у
like
нас
to do
далі
it
перерва, і перерва
briefly
буде
because this is
тривати
followed
до
by the break
14:00.
until
Тож ми маємо
1400.
повернутися зі
We
свіжими
have to
силами,
return
але до 14:30.
14:30.
Дякую за ці уточнення.
Yes, indeed. Thanks for the
Я
clarification.
би, напевно, що хотіла привернути увагу, що у нас
I
не
would
просто
like to
так
draw your
форум.
attention
Форум – це
that
наше
this is not just
зібрання,
a
по
forum.
суті. Якщо ми
A
будемо
forum is
говорити
our
українською
convocation
мовою,
if you speak
якщо б в Данії
Ukrainian.
Росії, то було б вдвічі. Для чого це?
Uh,
Для того,
Why
щоб
do
не
we
тільки
do it?
почути
That
нас
we
корисну
hear a lot of
інформацію,
interesting and
нову
useful
інформацію,
information,
поділитися
also
нею,
provide this information,
але,
also
можливо,
share
ще
it,
і
and
домовитися
also
про щось.
to agree on
Під час
something.
першої панелі
During
звучали
the first
деякі заклики
panel,
до
they're helping the
поглибленої
calls
співпраці, і
to
ми свято віримо, що це дійсно
in-depth
може відбутися.
cooperation, and we believe this could happen.
У мене, можливо, ще таке трішечки питання,
I have also a question
можна було не тільки цікаво
that we
провести
could
спілкування свій час
spend
під
our
час перерви,
time
але в мене є ще
while
питання.
communicating
Кому
during
з
the
вас
break. I
яка
also have
цифра
a
чи
question.
якийсь факт особливо запав в душу?
Who
Ну,
has
тому
remembered any particular number of facts? 44% of child mortality this year.
Кажіть, пані, будь ласка.
That's what I have remembered.
Більше 200 порушень
More
на
than
одну людину.
200
Піднімайте руку, так.
violations per one person.
В 17-18 найбільше.
In 2016, 2017,
17 до 18 найбільше
most
кількість
of
аварій.
accidents
Та, воно
from
одразу автоматично вмикає.
5
Ти
to
скажеш
6
своїй дитині, чи ти
p.m.
заборониш
How
для
you can
своєї дитини в
tell to your
п'ятницю
child,
оці
maybe on
комендантську
Friday,
годину бути
you can make a
обережним. Чи є
curfew
якісь
for your kid
факти,
that they
чи
stay
цитати,
careful,
чи,
that he or she
статистика,
stays
якою ви
careful,
хотіли би поділитися?
stays
Чому я
safe.
питаю? Тому що
Maybe you can
насправді
would like to share
важливо
any
не
other
тільки те, про
statistic.
що ми сьогодні
It's
говорили,
important
домовлялися,
what we
що
have
ми, як
discussed
ми
today,
викладаємо
what we have
інформацію
agreed, how we
всередині
process
себе,
information
але з чим ми будемо
inside,
говорити
and what
після форуму, це
shall
також
we
важливо. Що ми розкажемо своїй родині, коли
discuss
ми вийдемо
after
з
the
того
forum?
форуму?
What
Що
we
ми
tell
напишемо
our
в своїх
families after the forum?
соціальних медіа?
What we shall
Що
write
ми
in
прийдемо
social
до свого
media?
депутата, якого ми обрали, за
What
якого
we
ми
shall come with to
голосували,
our
за якими
elected
запитами? Я,
official
напевно,
whom
що
we have
хотіла би
elected
відпустити всіх
with
нас
what
з тим, щоб
slogans?
подумати,
I
що ми хочемо зробити
encourage you
після
to
того,
think
як
of what we
сьогоднішній
would
форум
like to do
завершиться.
after the
Де
end
ми
of
можемо
today's
знайти
forum.
свою точку
Where can
зору?
we
Я
find
вам
our
щиро
point of
дякую
influence? Thank you
і
very much
гарної
indeed.
цієї годинки.
I
Повертаємося
would
о
like to wish you a nice hour.
14:30.
Shall we return
Чекаємо вас уже,
14:30?
власне, щоб
And we
говорити
shall
про
expect
маніфест.
you to discuss the manifesto.
Wonderful. I hope everyone has rested, has had a good lunch. Now we have a bit more air and we can conclude basically by organizing a meeting of the signatories of the Manifesto for Safe Roads. We'll be speaking about the progress achieved, whether any progress has been attained in the context of delivery on the Manifesto for Safe Roads in Ukraine 2024. Now let me invite our speakers, representatives of different NGOs and civil society organizations. Alexander Grechko, the co-founder of Kiev Passengers NGO. Sorry. Mihailo Serebryakov, Executive Director of Together Against Corruption NGO. Pavlo Hramov, Kharkiv for People NGO CEO, Anastasia Makarenko. She's not in our midst yet, but once she arrives, she will take up her seat here on the stage. All right. Let me take my seat. So, dear friends, my name is Katerina Lazavenka. I'm the coordinator of the For Safe Roads campaign in Ukraine. And I propose that we continue and conclude our today's event on a motivational tone. Today, a lot has been said about legislative initiatives, about many of those which are taking their shape and some which haven't existed yet. But we know that the society and civil society is in many ways driving these initiatives. Today, we are discussing a lot of success cases, some successes of local organizations, of different NGOs. Let us speak a little about whether we have managed to incarnate any of those initiatives expressed in the manifesto for safe roads in Ukraine, the status quo at the local level. And let me start with the general question, perhaps. What is the general question? What positive achievements have taken place in your advocacy campaigns over the last year? This is a general question posed to all of our panelists. Let's take it in the order that I have it on my agenda. And the first to have the floor is Alexander Hrechko. So the question is, what are some of the good achievements that you have had during the last year? Up to 7 minutes. Good afternoon to all. I'm so happy to be invited and to be a speaker at this event because safety on roads indeed is an incredibly important issue given the horrible statistics that we get to hear today, which unfortunately still persist in Ukraine without any wavering. My organization is Kiev Passengers NGO, and together with the EU Cycle, with the Dostupno UA organizations, we are trying to implement different activities focusing on Kiev in particular, not only on Kiev, definitely, to raise safety of road traffic here. The achievements that we have gained. Let me share the following. Last year, as well as this year, we have been actively working to make sure that in Kiev, no speed is raised, especially during warm season, from 50 to 80 kilometers per hour. There's a decision taken by the Kiev Council, Town Hall, in line with which 17 streets of Kiev would have this speed-up mode enacted from 50 to 80 kilometers per hour. And naturally, I'm not going to repeat myself, but we know about this problem of plus 20 kilometers per hour, which is not punished with any punishments, how minuscule the amount of these punishments are, that so many people get injured and die on the roads of Ukraine. In this respect, last year, we conducted an audit of the streets where traditionally the speed mode is increased. We tried to get through to the town hall for them to stop raising the speed limit. Last year, they raised it in 8 streets out of those 17 mentioned. And this happened just once, that in all of the 17 streets, the speed mode was increased. Last year, they did it like the year before, in only 8 streets out of 17. And this year, together with EU Cycle and Dostupno UA, we have approached it in terms of communication. We have been communicating with the transportation infrastructure, with the military administration structures. There are some improvements indeed. And the speed limit was raised in just 4 streets, not even in 8 as last year. So ideally, of course, we would like the speed limit to be raised in 0 number of streets. First of all, because we have already the permissible limit of plus 20 kilometers per hour. If we didn't have that, then of course we could speak about raising the speed limit, at least in the streets, which comply with the parameters for the speed limit to be raised. But in our organization, we have done an audit of those streets, and we saw that those streets are not in full compliance with the recommendations to be able to raise any speed limit. So this is our major attainment, major victory. We are also working together in a systemic way by attending the working group titled Kia Workshop of the City. It's a working group at the level of the center organizing road traffic, where we all discuss any kinds of changes that the city is planning to implement in terms of organizing its traffic, developing new schemes to organize traffic on the roads, changing streets whenever big repairs take place, road repairs in particular. So in our turn, we are trying to promote qualitative and not vehicle-centric improvements. For example, thinking back to Shulavsky motorway, which one day will have to be finished, God bless, for all of the turns to be under a sharper angle and pedestrian crossings to be a bit more distant, so that when drivers drive at a high speed, they avoid risks of getting into traffic accidents with passengers, with especially pedestrians. We are also trying to make sure that there are more zebra crossings. The lack of those zebra crossings is a problem for people who belong to low mobility groups, as well as for J walkers, especially where there should be a zebra crossing. And this, of course, raises the dangerous situation both for pedestrians and drivers. So these are the core things which I would like to mention at this point. Of course, there are more things to do. In Kiev, for example, something which is not popular is Berlin cushions and the way they are being implemented in numerous towns and cities of Ukraine. We have done some analytics. The city is not much willing to embrace this initiative because in many places in Ukraine, they are of a red color, made of resin. When I saw, for example, buses and trolley buses going on these Berlin cushions, it softens the suspension of the vehicles, it slows down the public traffic. But unfortunately, we do not see any of those being installed in Kiev. Made of rubber, I mean, of red color. Some 4 or 5 were installed nearby a newly opened bridge, and that's it. What the city is doing is just installing road humps, which are much worse because they exert a bad impact on public transport and bicycles, for which it's much harder to overcome and negotiate these humps in comparison to the Berlin cushions. So these are the key things that I would like to attract your attention to. Thank you, Alexander. Now, before we move on, let me also remind you, dear guests, what the Manifesto for Safe Roads in Ukraine is all about. A manifesto is a public declaration about some intentions. In our case, though, it's the manifesto that comprises 10 points and requirements brought forward to local authorities, and in the opinion of the NGOs, there were 40 such signatory organizations from throughout Ukraine. The fulfillment of those 10 key requirements can raise safety on the roads in Ukraine. I'm not going to mention them. You can familiarize yourselves with those yourselves. Today we're talking to only a handful of these NGOs about whether or not any progress has been achieved in this realm. So let me I have reminded you about the Manifesto for Safe Roads, and now we are moving on to the next panelist. So secrets of the successes of your advocacy, and we're asking Mihailo Serebryakov And then after all of the panelists have answered this question, I have my own questions to ask you, and hopefully we'll also have some questions from our audience members. So, Mikhailo, you have 7 minutes. Good afternoon. For those who don't know me, my name is Mikhailo Serebriko. I'm an executive director of Together Against Corruption NGO. In the manifesto, there are two important points which we joined in our day. So they refer to the technical control, which is mandatory, and proper training of drivers. And I think that you understand why. Safe roads are impossible without safe and technically secure vehicles. And a safe driver is a competent driver, not someone who just buys their driving license. So you asked us about positives. So in terms of the mandatory technical control, the changes are not as dynamic, unfortunately, as we would like them to be. However, they're still taking place. Recently, a number of legislative changes have been introduced, and part of them concern safety and the structural reform itself, because the proper regulation also exerts a possible and positive impact on the final output. We need to implement certain mechanisms for technical inspection to take place, and we also have to eliminate any artificial impediments for any companies to come into the market and exercise this technical inspection. Legislative amendments were introduced last year. Recent amendments were also enacted, which make it possible to avoid effective technical control. So we need to remember that Directive 45 of the EU requires total technical inspection of all vehicles. This is the direct requirement to enable our Euro integration, because this is already unavoidable. So we need to make sure that it's not a fiction to discredit the whole idea altogether, which is why it was not made mandatory in 2012 due to corruption and inefficiency of inspection. So we need to make sure that such disgrace never takes place. So video fixation of the tests and tries, testing has to be made sure, but that requirement needs to come into effect 6 months after martial law is lifted in Ukraine, before the end of Ukraine. So this is not good. And Resolution 286 was recently approved, and so the previous order was lifted. So this will soon become a mandatory part of our reality in the nearest future, and we can guarantee it to come into effect this year in June. So this will definitely be a prerequisite for us to overcome different fictitious technical inspections. Also, deregulation has been introduced in order to prevent companies from coming onto the market, which is to do with land allotments, for example. This does not have a direct bearing on our market, but still, if we want to expand the market, if such limitations are not lifted, then there will be some obstacles in the way. Why it's also important in terms of safety. We also are aware that at the end of the war, substantial part of the military personnel will be going to the market to find employment, especially people with disabilities. Where will they go? So we need to ensure an area and market needs to be broadened to make sure that they can become adequately remunerated for our job. And I think that technical inspection is a great area of employment for 10,000 plus people, because sooner or later this will become a market in Ukraine. Concerning driver training, we are focusing on tests, theoretical and practical ones. Training process can be controlled, but the government doesn't have the resources as usual, like for the whole area of education. So if we want to have a more competent driver, we need to ensure that our practical and theoretical tests have to become effective, and thus will also eliminate the element of corruption. What we have done at the level of theoretical exam a couple of years ago, to a great deal of degree, we couldn't do it online. Now we can. Another part has been made has been brought out of shadows. You know that nowadays bribes, unfortunately, can also be charged very high, so buying at the results of a test is an exception. But something, maybe not an exception, but getting close to it, so it's impossible to tackle the problem fully. In addition to remote tests, other legislative amendments have been introduced which oblige people to control movements of hands on the screen to avoid prompting, and at the central in the central office there are only 5 people working, and of course they are not enough, but there are some substantial achievements, positive ones achieved. The problem hasn't been tackled yet, but some nice shifts for the better have been taking place. Video fixation was introduced a long time ago. Requirement for audio was introduced recently when sound was turned off because there was no special requirement for that. I mean, we're talking here about the tests for the drivers. So nowadays, audio is already recorded during tests, but there's a whole set of different difficulties. In the first place, people can be failed. We found about 40 different ways. We were informed about 40 ways to fail trainee drivers. Some stories are really funny, but there's nothing good. People are simply failed. This is no good at all. So one of the reasons is why complain. It makes no sense complaining. Even if you win your complaint according to our laws, you will still have to be allowed another additional attempt to pass your exam, but it's not much. Among the things that are very, very good of the recent legislation is a requirement that if you can complain against the results of your practical test in your favor, appeal against the results, you will be granted the results of this test. Now there is a lot of opposition for the specialists of automobile schools to monitor their associates and to monitor each other, I mean the schools. So with cloud technologies, it would be great to download any video recordings of different schools. This will definitely discipline examiners, because if they understand that they happen to do something wrong, their creativity will immediately end up in the internet. Thank you. Thanks a lot. This is an incredibly important topic. It was so relevant for me a few years ago when I failed to pass my exam at the first attempt. I managed to do it at the second attempt. And then I wrote a complaint against my examiner to the service center. Of course, I can tell you about the details of that, but it was a fascinating thing. Well, this is a very eloquent exception. I was exceptionally lucky. So thank you, Mikhailo. Anastasia Makarenko, Executive Director of EU Cycle NGO. So can you tell us about your success stories over the last year? Tell us about your organization. You are an outstanding organization working for a long time. What works for you? How to achieve synergies between NGOs, the government, respective authorities? Good afternoon, everyone. Let me put it this way. We are not a very old organization, but very mature. Yes, indeed. The organization of several generations, so to say. And I was not the first generation within our team, but it makes me happy to mention, a lot of us know as the Association of Bicycle Riders of Ukraine, and legally speaking, we still are that. But recently, we are also communicating about ourselves as a U-Cycle NGO, and we are focusing on the national level, because once we started at the grassroots level in Kiev region, organization was started as a response of Ukrainian and Kiev cyclists to a high-profile case which was a road accident, and to require the establishment of cycling infrastructure when we didn't have any requirements at the national level, no standards for cycle lanes, because our cities and towns were pretty much like in the era of the Soviet legacy. Little has changed since that, but still there is some progress visible. Even in Kiev, there are lots of bicycle lanes and a lot of other infrastructural facilities. And I'm very happy and grateful to all people who have got involved with our activities, because this has become a positive, tangible output of our advocacy and institutional capacity. So why am I late today? Because right now I have been at the last lecture of the First in Ukraine course for master's degree at the National Transportation University, titled "The Organization and Planning of Bicycle Mobility." It was the course that we taught for would-be transportation engineers, which we hope to see at Ukrainian town halls in different companies, which will deal with designing, building various kinds of mobilities. And in a nutshell, about this course, it's a contribution to the recovery process and reconstruction in Ukraine, because our main agenda for advocacy now, after 2022, has been the integration of bicycle mobility in different strategic documents to do with the recovery and renovation of Ukraine, as well as the EU accession of Ukraine. Because on the one hand, within our communities, bicycle mobility is developing and pretty actively. A lot such communities have already established for themselves such strategies. Just yesterday, a friend of mine who was in Slavyansk recently, he said, I see bicycle infrastructure, but in 2021 with Bogdan, my colleague, we set up a bicycle master plan for that city of Slavyansk, and they began to implement that. Sometimes you do not monitor these things. You have simply no time to do that because Ukraine is so vast. On the other hand, at the national level, we didn't have time to take the process of approving the national bicycle strategy before 2022. There was supposed to be a national presentation, public presentation of the bicycle strategy for the whole country, and we were planning that in 2022 it would be approved and it would become the roadmap for this process, but the full-scale invasion put that on stall. And on the one hand, for us, Euro integration and recovery of Ukraine is a window of opportunities to give momentum to bicycle mobility, for that to become accessible and available for all communities, not only those which are considered to be urbanistically progressive, trying to follow the trends set, and those cities and towns which were at the top of the rating of towns and cities. They had their bicycle infrastructure at the top of their agenda. These were hundreds, or those were dozens of cities, but our communities are nearly 2,000 in Ukraine. So this is a window of opportunities for us, and we are endeavoring to participate in varieties of different processes, because the recovery process and discussions revolving around that take place at the national level, but it's pretty chaotic. We don't have a single platform where you could trace and evaluate everything. For schools, yes, we do have. For bridges too, but whenever they renovate bridges, bicycles are not added. So on the one hand, there are opportunities opening up. However, there are also high risks to get things lost, because again, we don't have the national policy on bicycle transport in Ukraine nationwide. But a year ago, and that's something that we stopped at in terms of the delivery of our lectures at the National Transportation University. So 1 year ago, European Commission, European parliamentarians approved the bicycle strategy for the EU. It was in April 2024. So the European Union still didn't have its own single document, just separate countries. They had their bicycle strategies, and we studied them actively. So in the context of this EU integration, Ukraine stands very good chances now to harmonize its legislation with that of the Western European context. And we very much expect this EU strategy to become a core roadmap for the Ukrainian national level. And I suppose in there also lies the role of my organizations, because we have been a member of the European Association of Bicycle Riders since 2010. They are the main promoters of bicycle riders and their agenda. So we are trying to advocate this role and communicate this bicycle declaration at the level of the EU to the people who are responsible for policy making and decision taking in our country. For the third year running, we are in an active stage of packs for Ukraine. We take trucks of different supplies to frontline areas, and there are people who get bicycles for us. And there's a great request for bicycles because it's a highly resilient segment of life that allows people to survive during these difficult years. On the other hand, we also have a very good and active campaign initiated in 2022, cycling to schools. We have hundreds of schools who participate in challenges, more than 4,000 teachers who have become bicycle mentors. They have been certified respectively. So all of this is a rage right now in Ukraine. So this cooperation with the National Transportation University, I see that this is a highly emblematic step ahead. And we also have a request from Kharkiv and Lviv Polytechnic universities, and we would like to scale up this university, not to accumulate it just within the walls of the National Transportation University, because bicycle mobility and bicycle infrastructure is an important element of safe and comfortable communities, towns, and cities, pleasant streets. We want it to become a reality of our life, so it's not necessary just to approve strategic documents. We need to equip good practitioners who will make this into a reality. So clearly, this also requires changes in education. Therefore, during war, schools and universities are powerful stakeholders. For example, if the ministries are sort of like standing ajar, not very much open to us due to war. But on the other hand, we have a lot of partners that we didn't have before 2022. So I'm urging upon everyone to try and test your expertise in academic environment. It is a highly sustainable story. In 2022, when all of the people in our organization, we only had one person left who could work on this bicycle concept, and it was I. And I understood that we have to pass it down to other people. So now we are teaching this at universities. Wow, it's such a tremendous success story. Training, enlightenment, education, these are cool things. It's such a great level. And if your universities are also your stakeholders, that's great. I will have some follow-up questions to ask you, Nastya. Now let me move on to Pavlo Khramov, who is a CEO of Kharkiv for People NGO. So what's working out, what's not, at your local level, in your city of Kharkiv? First of all, thank you very much for this manifesto. Let me also say a few words about it. The manifesto itself is a success story itself, which united a lot of NGOs around it from throughout Ukraine around some set of values. When we signed it, I went back to Kharkiv, and a day later I was invited to the radio, and now I can speak on the radio on a constant basis about safety. So it's a really good story from my perspective. So I'm the chief of the organization Kharkiv for People. It's an NGO, and what we do, we promote safety and different urbanistic values, so to say, via our activities. In Kharkiv, it's very difficult to do with roads because it's famous for its high-profile traffic accidents. About Ms. Zaitseva, for example, 2 years from now, she will be released from prison for having killed several people in a road accident. After that, we also had a number of other dreadful road accidents. Unfortunately, they take place on a daily basis. Very difficult to promote any values concerning safety on the roads because the city mayor said we have these problems because our roads are so great. So this is a kind of a meme. This is the end of the story, so to say. And there is no mutual understanding concerning what needs to be done. So the major shift has taken place when we found a lawsuit, a litigation, because in 2022, a tram track was dismantled in one of the streets in Kharkiv. It was
This was important for us. Instead of 4 lanes, there are 7. They removed the tram. Previously, there was traffic, and yet now 7 lanes. Everybody's running fast, also crossing over 7 lanes. Nobody can cross because there is no time of the traffic light. We won the court, and According to my estimates, this caused the transport team to change because the past team was politically disadvantageous for the mayor. And this is a big shift, because now they speak of safety, but now they have the plan of sustainable urban mobility. We were the last one to approve. Don't tell anyone, because they think they were first. Now there is also a movement, also the concept for development of cycling infrastructure. There is a question of how it was made, and yet the direction is good, because the team transport team has changed in the city government, and now we have more constructive dialogue with the municipal authority, and we promote some of the solutions from simple to more sophisticated, like our own audit of the streets at the stage of design. In Kharkiv, of course, we have quite many problems, because every day we can see the suffering from the attacks, and we can see the injuries, deaths as well, unfortunately. And this is also a challenge, because the life becomes devalued, and it's hard to talk of road safety when people can see so much suffering. It's a challenge for us, and yet we continue, we stay in place. And I believe that it's good to speak of the value of life under such conditions, because it gives the opportunities, because we can demonstrate on the examples that regretfully the missiles kill less compared to people. I believe that this will be a beginning of the success story, not the end of it. Anyway, as you have the plan of sustainable urban mobility, you're not the last, because Ivano-Frankivsk does not have it. Quite many cities did not update it. Please don't be worried. Actually, I would like to ask this question to you, and this was answered already. How the city, which is under the shelling, actually in the areas of active hostilities, under the shelling, how to survive, how to advocate. And yet you have discussed that this is not easy. And yet we shall return back to the questions, and now I have a question to Alexander. Could you please tell me? I know that you are trying to fight that story with an increase of limits, speed limits for summer period, for the summer season, for the warm season of the year. What is your strategy these days? How it moves? Is there any response from those agencies you have referred to? And if there are any prospects that this will be cancelled and this will not be implemented? Thank you for your question. This time, in a more successful case, not ideal, but more successful, we began to get prepared in advance to the increase of speed limit. And the first thing we did, jointly with YouCycle, we launched a petition about cancelling the decision to increase the speed limit for the warm season, and this was the reason. I said the communication is continued with the transport department and the patrol police. We organized a panel discussion where we have invited the municipal administration, Department for Transport, and representative of patrol police of the city of Kyiv. Indeed, there have been representatives of civic organizations, of the transport department, no representatives from the patrol police of Kyiv, and yet we had a public discussion. We also discussed the matters of increasing the speed limit of the streets of Kyiv from the perspective of how it affects the accident rate in the warm season of the year. There is analytics demonstrating that in the warm period of the year, in those areas where speed limit is increased, there are more traffic accidents. And again, there was an argument that it's not necessary to increase the speed limit. Now, speaking about using that experience, For the next year, first of all, today I have communicated with Alexei Belashitsky, and I told him that it also depends on patrol police, because he discussed the speed, about lethality due to speed. It depends also on the patrol police. Whether the speed limit is increased in 2026, and accordingly they can influence with their decision on the reduction of accidents and injuries. If with better quality together with the public and local governments would research those streets where they have increased the speed limit this year, and they will see that those streets do not conform with the criteria in order to increase the speed limit. In particular, there are unprotected stops of public transport, no cycling infrastructure, no limiting barriers. Those are key factors which makes it impossible to raise the speed limit from 50 to 80. And we also hope that this approach will help. First and secondly, also we shall use statistics of this year that also it all goes on top of it, and we shall see what is the impact on security. That on some street they did not increase the speed limit, and you don't have the answer so far to your letters, and nobody knows whether it can be cancelled. It was increased on 4 streets, and it will not be cancelled. They will cancel on 31st of October, when it is planned to do, and we discuss the next year.
Дякую. Питання ще коротке. Давайте
A short question, 3 minutes for every answer. To Mr. Mikhailo, there is a question of what to do in order to provide for the technical control and high-quality training. Mr. Derkach has discussed that there are some initiatives that you cooperate, whether your organization is involved in that process, and how it happens from your level. Shall we start with technical control, video recording sooner or later, and probably this year will be implemented. It's also important that the procedure is changed under the pressure of the reality. It's important that there is no penalty for non-existing violations for some formal things, and they become inevitable for serious violations. Currently, it's a responsibility of the agent of technical oversight. The monitoring procedure must be revised with a list of inconsistencies or any other deviations which can be recorded through video recording. Certain things can be recorded in the minutes, in the acts of inconformities, video recording, or photo recording, that we don't have the cases when innocent people are held liable. We have 10 cancelled protocols. It was focused on the branch, and nevertheless, the draft legislation must be approved. It has been developed, and it introduces video recording on the legislative level. In addition, they make easy threshold of entry for the specialist technical audit for him to pass the exam, which is much less corrupt for drivers. It will be the same for specialists of technical examination, and all of the all of the responsibility will stay with him. If the technical examination fictitious, it will be a serious violation, up to deprival of the right to fulfill that function. The draft legislation has been developed. I hope it will be registered and becomes part of the reality. The main thing is individual responsibility and relatively easy market entry and also market exit through their personal responsibility. We cover city of Kiev, Lviv, and Dnipro, where the driving schools move to 40 hours, that people are taught in the real way, in the real training of drivers rather than fictitious. This affects prices. If this is a market-based price, most probably they are honest. If it is below the market, probably they are dishonest. And the second thing is video recording. There is external and internal monitoring. We insist that the students can easily obtain the videos with no special petition, will be sent anytime. And there is also external monitoring. This requires one small change to the order of the Ministry of Home Affairs. Speaking of the driving schools, there must be filters of honest from dishonest. For every violation, there is collective responsibility these days. If there is a case that the student is abroad and he is recorded as being in the class, its fictitious training must be punished. The entire school must be closed, not the fine for the director, not the fine for the specialist who was dishonest. They just close their school. Even the rest of the staff and the students cannot study. There must be individual responsibility, not the collective. The draft resolution was approved. I hope it was prepared. I hope it will be approved very soon. That would be good, actually, because every day on the roads we can see what is the level of training of the drivers, and this really affects the road safety, how they are being trained, because I know the cases when they study in the normal way, so you please turn and switch from first gear to second gear, everybody does it, and you will do the same. This actually has the impact. Thank you for your work. Now I have a short question to Pavlo. Today you discussed that you make the audit of streets in Kharkiv. The audit, how do you do it now? What is that and how you do it, what you do with it later on, and how do you submit it to the city hall? Do you make any proposals for capital renovation? What is the response of local government? As I understand, Kharkiv is a special city. I cannot say a lot because this is a hidden activity. We have very informal relations in Kharkiv, and yet there is a progress in this field that they involve some civic organizations well known in Kharkiv to assess the street before publishing the project of reconstruction. Those are informal relations, like consultancy. I have quoted the word audit, but this is not something formal, and it is not actually a common practice. Regretfully, even the committees don't work. Our sessions take place online, and you probably know such a phrase that you're just a button, as there is a tradition that elected officials are those who have to vote. Local democracy is operating quite poorly, and everything is based on some relations. And yet there is a concept of urban mobility, and civic organizations have been involved in the discussion, at least partially. Therefore, something is actually happening, if not synergy. Maybe there is no synergy, and yet there is some situational cooperation, isn't it? Yeah, there is some of it, and yet it goes from wrong direction. When the plan of sustainable mobility was published, they have quoted, shall we discuss it? They have approved on the session. Now they propose to discuss. However, everything is described in the plan. Also, there is a concept they managed to do in the gaming form in order to receive the feedback, and lots of people gave feedback. But what to do next with it, how to analyze what is accepted, nothing is clear. I think that we shall keep growing in that direction, so this fighting continues, also in Kharkiv, also in the field of urban development. Thank you, Pavlo. I have two questions to you. The first question, how and why is it important in the cities to develop cycling and mobility? How does it affect the road safety? I know what is the answer, but it will be interesting for people to hear, because 10 years ago, when we actually discussed that, you said in the cities you need to develop cycling because it affects road traffic safety. And people ask why. Please discuss it. The second question is, when in Ukraine there will be the national strategy of development of cycling? As I discussed in the first part, you said it's not there. It was prepared, it has been prepared and approved. 95%, as I can say, is a ready document, and yet it must be revised because it was developed before 2022. It's available, there is a text. We need to ask from Mr. Derkach, not myself. Do you cooperate or change places with him for a week and we can solve this matter? Shall we ask differently? Do you cooperate now? On what stage is it now? And the second question of why is it important? Cycling mobility is important in the context of road safety. A comment to Kharkiv. Kharkiv has most expensive cycling concept in Ukraine. In the public procurement, more than 1 million, the city paid from the city budget. This is most expensive document on cycling. The question is if it is the best and how it will be implemented. Actually, it tells about the real intentions of people who have initiated that, because with urban reforms in 2015-2016, we made the first cycling concept and was put on the shelf. Why cities need to develop cycling mobility? Because the schools who have registered on the challenge bicycle may had 10,000 trips. They wrote on calendar on doors of the school only. When you travel to any community, for example, in Chernihiv Oblast, not every time they have public transport. Everybody is cycling. Historically, this is part of our mobility, our urban culture. Simply as nobody created bicycle tracks, people kept moving. And also there is shifting the responsibility. If they have hit the cyclist and he was with no helmet, then this is his fault. When it was hit at the speed of 90 kilometers per hour by a drunk driver, this is for nobody. This is of interest to nobody. Our cities have developed around the automobiles. This presentation has to be brought to the wider professional circle. The transport pyramid of mobility, on top there is a person, a pedestrian, people on wheelchair, followed by cyclists, using with micromobility, followed by public transport, followed by private cars. Regretfully, everything was quite opposite. The private cars, automotive transport are the priority. And this is visible from how the streets have been designed, how the budget is being compiled of transport in cities. Even it happens when you communicate to public officials. We have communicated to such a forum on the topic of sustainable mobility. As I say, well, they have recovered the European bridge, they need to do it fast. And now you annoy them with bicycle tracks. People had to do it as quickly as possible. Then Ukrainian road administration informs about the bridge with a picture where the cyclist is driving on it, but there is no cycling infrastructure on that bridge. That's about the priority, and we have it. And people in the damaged communities are cycling, communities who have received a lot of IDPs. Cycling mobility is well organized. They organize cycling mobility, especially for the IDPs. Also, school mobility develops quickly. And also the European integration process. European Union is focusing on cycling mobility because this is a green mobility to reduce emissions to reach the Green Deal. I have 2 questions. I will take another minute. As for national cycling strategy, unexpectedly by the year-end last year, the national transport strategy was approved, and to me this became a big disappointment, just this case, because it was the gift for New Year, but nobody knew of it. It was made, there were rumors that something happens, no public discussion, no nothing. I remind when they have approved the previous national transport strategy, which was before 2030, there was a public discussion. And when we have monitored that process, we found that in the working document, there was nothing of cycling. Together with cycling community and Ukrainian cycling community, we have developed a package on cycling. We have filed and included, and there was cycling. what was in the first strategy, it was an achievement of civil society. The strategy, regretfully, was with no public discussion. Cycling transport was mentioned, the policy of cycling mobility, micromobility, this is all declared. How the country plans to implement that, this is not clear. Our national cycling strategy is actually the plan of actions and the strategy and the map of a cycling network. And I hope that the document will take those documents for improvement. Maybe this is not a cycling strategy, maybe part of some wider document on sustainable mobility. I inclined that the cycling component must be integrated into various aspects: school mobility, sustainable urban mobility, and also new transport strategy compels to make new sustainable mobility. The cycling concept must be part of the plan of sustainable mobility rather than the standalone document. There could be variants, the variations, yet we need to walk away from declaration to the real projects and not the pilot one, because for quite many years we've been involved in pilot, and Ukraine is large, and we would like the bicycles to be used not in the 15 schools who won the competition in those communities because we have involved German financing. I would like to thank the German government for supporting that, and yet it must be a part of our the agenda of Ukrainian budget. This is not big money within the cities. Sometimes the bed of flowers initiated by Mr. Klitschko is not much cheaper. Sorry for this comparison, but quite often this is what happens, because cycling marking is quite cheap within the local budget. Not a fully fledged cycling track, and yet it gives a green light for cycling movement. As a moderator and coordinator of the campaign for safety roads, speaking of the manifesto, the first paragraph is about speed and also removal of non-fined 20 and broader range, and this must be on the agenda as the number one. And regretfully, it's not available, and all participants of traffic are suffering, including cyclists and pedestrians, the most vulnerable ones. I would like to add to what you have discussed before. We also need to develop the cycling movement, because the safest cities in Europe and the EU countries simply have the incredibly developed cycling infrastructure, not just cycling tracks, also green corridors, also combinations of small streets and big roads. And this is what we need to implement on the level of the infrastructure, that indeed we call ourselves European country, not just in paper, also in reality.
Додати. А з точки зору про
This is what I wanted to add. If we speak of the speed, also define scores, that's quite sad. And in this part, we did not come closer, absolutely, to the requirements in our manifesto. And yet, the passengers of Kiev, other civic organizations are working together, because we understand this is problem number one, and we need to look at the speed kills, and we need to preserve the lives of Ukrainians. I have no more questions. Maybe in the room there are questions. I can see 1, 2. We also shall have 3 minutes for the answer. My name is Inna. I have a comment to 10 paragraphs of the manifesto in terms of focusing on state-run motorways. You would like to call the government. I saw nothing about local roads. Actually, I believe that the problem of local roads is even larger compared to state-owned, because it's not on surface. The state ones are big, they are understandable. I would like to quote one example. There is such a village as Borshagivka. It's adjacent to the city of Kiev. Everybody who works in Kiev receives medical treatment, receives education in Kiev. The village is wealthy, the land is very expensive, and the local government has built the road, 3 meters of the road. On the sides, there are metal fences allocating land for business, which parks their cars. There is OTP leasing from Hungary. And from the sidewalks, there is no room. And there is no sidewalk, and nobody makes it. People from the village, in order to reach the city and the transport, the traffic is the same as on the circumvention road. It's very intensive because everybody moves in and out, and people have to walk on the main road. Together with the cars, which run fast with no constraints of traffic, and the government does nothing. They promise that sometime in the future they will do it. This is both example and also question to the movement for safety roads. So maybe you can give any advice. Maybe one can give some advice, not from the local community, because there are three people who spoke. Maybe from the perspective of the national level. Thank you for your question. Whom of the participants is this question to? Maybe it's not for cycling, because people have no room to walk. Not speaking of bicycles. Alexander can answer this question. I can advise to massively petition the local government to demonstrate how it should be, maybe to communicate also with expert organizations about making the right statements, about discussing the width of the sidewalks. If local residents come to their village mayor, that's the best. You directly have the opportunity to influence such decisions, because the roads which are being built or the repairs which are being made, that's at the expense of the money which the community has, or the community manages or is ordering such services. Accordingly, it seems to me that the best solution is to bring together more interested people and to advocate this matter in the form of a petition or maybe some personal contacts when 20 people or 30 people come, not 2 or 3 people. And you need to knock the door of the mayor. It's a systemic work. In Kyiv, it is also complicated. But what is the specificity? You can reach the mayor immediately with no deputy mayors. And we, as civic organizations, cannot reach Mr. Klitschko at once. And in your case, it's easier.
Thank you, Alexander, for your answer. Another question from the audience. Oh, let me add by saying that I agree. It's about the establishment of the civil society at some local grassroots level, because the same organizations cannot advocate for all of the changes across the full border of Ukraine. So it's a matter of uniting at a local level. We have our state construction norms and standards in line with which all of these roads have to be built. If these are violations, they are violations, and they need to be addressed. But you as a community have to unite and apply, because it's more of a local level issue. Another question, please. I have 2 questions. First, I was inspired by the definition of Anastasia by the transportation mobility pyramid. Well, bicycle lanes are all good, but in Kiev, unfortunately, a lot of these bicycle lanes are just a line drawn on a pavement, which separates pedestrians from the area for cyclists. So does that correlate with the incumbent legislation? Because Kiev is a European capital, but I have been to many European capitals, and I saw that it requires a particular kind of a curb line to be installed. How is this happening in Kharkiv? Is it true or not? Is it the same as in Kiev or not? And unfortunately, here at the forum, I cannot see any representatives of the national police or government authorities, because this question would probably have to go to them. I've heard about the need for legislative amendments today, but what about the current legislation? Now there is a norm, in effect, which prohibits parking on grass areas, right? On the lawns. Kiev, of course, differs greatly. Even if things are not covered by ground stone, All of these areas which are supposed to be grasses are muddy and crowded with cars. Everyone sees that. The national police authorities see that, and the government observes that, and no one is doing anything. And I don't think that local communities are supposed to somehow do about that. So if the rule of law is at stake, when will this law be enacted? Probably the first question goes to Anastasia, and the next part is about being referred to the national authorities. They were here during the first part, but if not, we would like them to somehow respond to this query. Or maybe representatives of local communities present with us here, how to handle such matters. Thank you for your question. Then, Nastya, the floor is yours. You see, it's so exciting when we speak about cycling infrastructure. They always look up to Kiev as the capital because it's so telling and indicative for other regions. When we began the development of the national cycling strategy, we started with the study, which was called The Needs of Ukrainian Towns and Communities and for Cycling Needs, and we questioned hundreds and hundreds of people. It was run by our first director, Irina Bondarenko, and we started officially with that. And then all of the communities, towns and cities which we polled, they would say, we are looking up to Kiev, but what is happening in Kiev? Kiev is not promoting that much. So this is a signal that the Kiev authorities are sending. And it makes me saddened, you know. Because from a urbanistic viewpoint, sustainable mobility, Kiev is not always the best example to follow. We managed to push through some initiatives, but it's most of the time is a merit of the civil society, because Kiev is in many ways a place of the greatest number of protests, pickets. Concerning Kiev cycling infrastructure, let me make a comment. Just a few years ago, Kiev was not ahead in terms of cycling infrastructure, whereas now, it seems to me, we have the widest ramified cycling infrastructure compared to other urban areas. We cannot compare Kiev in terms of area or any other benefits and amenities that we have here. But anyway, starting with 2020, 2021 and COVID period, cycling infrastructure was began to be installed. And in many cases, this is due to our efforts at Kiev workshop of the city, where we managed to interfere with those developments. The cycling sector, which at that time was still a section within the Department of Transportation, and it exercised very successfully its activities until 2022, and then it was eliminated as not a priority sector, although from our viewpoint it is of high priority. So back in the day, there were more than 100 kilometers of bicycle lanes designed and so speaking in very rough terms, if there is a cycle lane as a separate cycling infrastructure, and there are also, as opposed to that, there are also special areas for bicycles on motorways. So in Kiev, it takes a long time to build those bicycle lanes, and Kiev is not a big success. We built a cycling lane, which was unveiled back in 2015 or 2016. It's still underdeveloped, and during COVID period, Kiev decided to pursue the pathway of Paris and Berlin when they decided to change the transportation scheme and reserve some spaces for cycling movement in line with the state norms and requirements. So we have these construction standards and norms which obliges communities to encourage people for cycling movement. So we took it further, and it's one of our greatest merits at the national level. We commissioned from a particular organization responsible for the development of construction norms, a set of very clear-cut guidelines which tells very specifically what kinds of cycling infrastructure needs to be established and where. So in Kiev, there are no violations of these norms and standards. Always better is the enemy of good, but these are very prompt decisions taken ad hoc, and we very much hope that there will be some routes for cyclists constructed in Kiev, but this will probably take 50 years to build the 15 routes that we already have in our developed infrastructural concept. I'm talking about the insecurity for pedestrians. Well, in fact, we don't have that many precedents of the kind in our experience. Usually they make different kinds of surfacing, they have the curb and stone. We do not always manage to do that in the conditions of the geometry and locality, and not always the cycling infrastructural specialists are involved in the development of such cycling lanes. If there was participation, it's much better. If not, you go for this bicycle or cycling audit and you see that the quality is lacking. Nothing is perfect, but year in and out, things are being made better and better. Lviv is one of the first cities that began to develop this cycling infrastructure. So they say that when 10 years ago they were developing that, they're assessing this as very poor and bad quality. Now they're doing it differently because they saw the way the people are cycling, and they're doing it differently. We are used to scolding and telling off such quality of construction. You know, I've dedicated 11 years of my life to that. When I went to work in this area, it seemed to be so highly unrealistic, whereas now we're discussing it. You say in Kiev we have it, but it's not as fine as it should be. But 10 years ago, there was nothing in place at all. 10 days ago with some university students who went to Arsenalna underground station, and we saw that there were different kinds of bicycle lanes to do this real audit of realistic cycling infrastructure. I graduated from that university 10 years ago. There was nothing even in plans back in the day, but it's a major victory. Thank you very much, Nasta, for your inspirational answer. Question 2 was about Kharkiv. I'll be very brief and answer. No way. There are no cycle lanes in Kharkiv. We have a recreational route in one of the parks, but Kharkiv has a cycling concept, so things are going to get rectified, which is the purpose of things like that. We don't have representatives of the national police with us here now, but Mikhailo, please. So why is it happening that the police is ignoring, turning a blind eye, disregarding different violations and taking points when prioritizing? I think this is the general sickness of any government authorities. Let me give you some illustrations. For the police and my favorite driving training. So recently we had an Article 173, the violation of pre-training drivers. So it's training drivers would be drivers on the vehicles which do not comply with the technical requirements, and the penalty is up to 8,500 hryvnias. So when you compare that to 170 hryvnias, you see the chasm between them. So this article is very interesting for the patrollers and other departments of the police. So one thing, when they don't have duplicating mechanisms on vehicles to train drivers, so this is definitely punishable and should be punishable stiffly. But analyzing the law case, we see that 8,500 penalties are appointed for hideous offenses. Mikhailo, I beg your pardon. The question is not about that. This is the question of priorities. In order to get things changed, we need to speak to the management of the national police and enact changes. You need to communicate more and exert more pressure. Okay, I see now. Thank you. So the struggle is on. We still have some time to take one last question, I suppose, and presenting an answer to that. A brief last question, and that'll be it. I'll try to be brief.
У мене
Але
буде питання.
може, а до кого питання?
Who's the
У
question
мене буде
for?
питання до Павла і до Анастасії.
For Pavlo and Anastasia.
У мене питання теж з малої громади.
It's also from a small community. I lived there after the occupation, where local authorities chop down trees, expand the road in order to make sure that there are parking spaces enabled and car drivers are happier. I have heard about recommendations to have to go to the head of our community. We went, we wrote, we applied, and now what we achieved is that the trees are disappearing at night quietly. Maybe you have a B plan for that, for such cases. My question is, when planning and designing different plans, when different roadworks are planned, they need to see not cars and not parking slots, but moms with children, wheelchaired passengers, and other residents of communities instead. I don't say that I'm highly experienced. We decided to take it further. We went to court and we won that litigation. It wasn't that difficult, by the way. And now it was a real precedent set for Ukraine. There was supposed to be reconstruction enabled on one street, but they divided it into small nine projects, and they lost 230 million in Kharkiv, which was being shelled during the full-scale invasion. You can imagine that somebody died as a result of this shelling. So we went to court and we prevailed. And now they have to reinstate the tram track. And now they're trying to organize some kind of a competition to find the company. So don't be afraid. Find a lawyer, find the team. And my second tip, we underestimate. Quite often we say that public activists will go and they will speak in our favor. But you need to be representatives of such communities yourselves. If there is a request from communities, you have to promote it. Sometimes the communities lack proper understanding. Concerning the trees in my city, the same trouble is in place. I'll probably revert to another topic when we speak about accessibility and barrier-free spaces. Now it's a value for many community, and every old lady understands that we have to ensure barrier-free accesses everywhere. So trees must also be turned into values at the national level, and probably then it will be a success. In Kharkiv, things are changing, and they're not chopping down the trees as much as they used to, and I hope they will start planting them. If the court is operational, I think that this is a huge success, I must confess. Let me add about our experience of court litigation. A lot of Kharkiv residents went to the court, and this exerted pressure on the presiding judge. Yes, this was a lot of work to be done. I'm not a judge myself, but I would go. I would shed some light on this case, but it worked. You are immediately respected, because when you write a request, they know that you will definitely be able to go to court. So it's better to present you with an answer and response. All right, thank you, Pavlo. Briefly. I don't remember, some 5 or 6 years ago in Golosiev Avenue, they wanted to chop some trees and insert an additional motor lane, but there were environmentalists who organized a petition and picket, and there was a lot of resonance, and this was put on stall very quickly. So they didn't chop the trees down. So this public publicity attached to a particular case. You cannot put up different banners right now, but there are social media where you can promote your case. And let me put it this way, putting things in their right perspective, calling a spade is something that definitely is an impactful thing, and it influences public officials or civil officials. If your city mayor is not that much mindful of the things happening in community, this will be helping, because if you begin to say that this is wrong, he will listen to you. When you keep saying, for example, we are losing people day in and out, the people who are defending our cities, streets, and others can afford to chop down the trees in this time. So you simply need to make the right messages and call things, put things in their proper perspective, because we unfortunately tolerate so many things. And I suppose there are some red lines, in particular during the war, and they need to be clearly communicated about publicly and not to be afraid to do so. Thank you, Nastya. Any more questions?
інше до кого ви хочете?
Who would you like to ask? Someone who's dealing with anti-corruption activities. In order to obtain a driving license, and if you studied a theory by yourself, then you go to a driving school. They make you pay for everything, including theory and practical lessons. So it's a monopoly in the markets. Everyone does it. But I think it's wrong. This service, because you haven't been taught theory, but they simply force you to pay the full price. Thank you for your question. Are you familiar with this practice? Just take 1 minute of your time to answer that. Yes, I'm familiar with that. Some are practicing this, but it's very easy to tackle. If you don't like it, go to another car school who doesn't offer such scheme. So you can. This is a highly studied field of operation. It's much better to be trained by other person, even though our internet space is full of various courses and you can be trained whatever. But best way to learn is by someone else, to be taught by someone else. The same goes for education. So remote learning, of course, is not bad, but it's worse than being taught physically. So the result will be much better if you are trained by an individual. In 2024, since 2024, people can learn theory themselves. So for the schools, of course, it's easy, it plays in their favor. They don't have to register different courses for themselves. But the serious schools that do participate in corruption scheme, we have already been speaking to some representatives of such schools. I know them. They simply say they cram 2,000 answers, but they do not understand how to apply these skills, this knowledge in practical training. We need to teach and equip them additionally. This is their response. Therefore, the story is like that. In the final count, the practical course numbers 40 hours, but given the fact that people differ, some people find 20 hours enough, but some people definitely need 50 to 60 hours, so it varies. So why self-training has been implemented as a service? Just because self-trained people, unfortunately, have a very low level of preparation. So once again, if you're not comfortable, go to another school.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Today we have discussed whether the manifesto for safety of roads is being fulfilled, what are the gaps, how civil society operates, how they get united, what are the ways to achieve the objective, like going to the court, filing petitions, holding campaigns. So we keep our fight for safety roads. I would like to thank for the event. I would like to thank all